Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing this evening?
Doing great.
Doing great. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Ready to get, these topics going for the evening. Um we appreciate you guys for joining us on this live. We got a lot of topics that we got to cover, some interesting ones. As you guys saw in the description, you guys ready for these topics that we're going to have on hand?
Of
Yep,
course,
like
of
good.
course.
All right. So, just to give the rundown of today's show, we got Tanisha Sajay in the building. What's up? Before we go give the rundown, those who are here with us, definitely let your presence be known so that we could shout you guys out. We're also gonna open up the live so that guys and girls can call in and give their opinion and everything like that. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one. The first thing we're gonna cover is the Safety Act, which a lot of people are referring to as the Purge Act in Illinois. Then we're gonna talk about the teen, Pieper Lewis, I think her name is. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Who was basically bought into what's that called? Sex trafficking. Was raped multiple times by her abuser allegedly, and she stabbed her abuser to death, and she basically got charges put on her. The next topic we'll cover is the controversial Black Little Mermaid starring Halle Bailey. Then we're going to speak about Gena Tew. Am I pronouncing her name right? Gena Tew.
Yeah.
Gena Tew. Okay. And we got a couple of other topics that we're going to cover also that you guys will definitely be interested in. All right. So the first things first, we're going to cover the Safety Act. Now, there's a lot of like controversy on the Safety Acts as far as like how anarchy is coming, when it starts, the whole nine. So we're gonna look at this video clip that's gonna give both sides, like perspective on both sides on it, and then we're gonna give a breakdown on what we think on the whole Safety Act because I got a lot to say on it. Do you, ladies and gentlemen, have a lot to say on it also, or
I
Got
got a
some.
bit.
Got a little bit.
I got a lot to say on it? Because, whew, yeah, y'all know how I feel about when it comes to criminal activities and stuff like that and criminal reform. So I got a lot to say about it. So let's jump into this.
By now, you've probably heard about the Safety Act. It's a new law that starts in January, but there's a lot of confusion and also a lot of debate.
Yeah, CBS 2's Jermont Terry talked to those on both sides about how they interpret this controversial bill. He is live tonight in the West Loop. Jermont.
Joe and Erica, the question is whether there is simply misunderstanding or a deliberate misinformation to keep people confused about this law. I can tell you that social media has truly left people perplexed, and tonight we try clearing up the air.
The Safety Act has left so many confused as to when someone will actually step before a judge and whether they will stay locked up or get from behind bars. Conservatives don't like it.
They need to fix it.
And it's consuming attorneys.
People are freaking out. This thing is all over social media.
At issue in the 700-page law, the abolishment of cash bail mandates for offenders.
The bond should never be so high that people can't afford it, and that's the only reason they're in jail.
Yet Republican candidate for Attorney General Thomas DeVore believes this law going into...
You know what? I can agree with what he said right there. Depending on the crime, the bail shouldn't be set so high so that people who do like petty larceny and stuff like that, the bail should be set low so that they can get out. But if you do a murder charge or something like that, then yeah, I think the bail should be set like at $1 million or something like that. Like, what is you guys' take on that?
Well, I agree with the Safety Act because I feel like there shouldn't be. I feel the judge should use his discretion as to, okay, he has a terrible history. There's no bail. You're going to sit here because you just executed your wife and you harmed your past exes. So
All right.
I feel like it should be left in his hand or her hand.
What is your take on that, Erica? You think they should just set the bail low, or the Safety Act got it right?
See, I think they may have it wrong. And the reason I'm gonna say this is if you set the bill too low, of course, people are just gonna be like, all right, I got the money, let me go ahead and get it done.
Yeah,
But I also feel like with taking, that aspect of post and bail out, you may have people sitting in jail who may not, actually supposed to be there. So I feel like that's a catch 22. It's like, how do you remedy that? Do you have bail? And then whoever has the money can just get themselves out, and the ones who don't have the money got to sit there?
No.
Or do you say, hey, we put everybody on the same even playing field? Nobody gets out until, everything is finalized where you see the judge. But the problem with that is some of these cases get drawn out for months and years at a time.
You're diverging from the immediate question though. Do you agree with what the gentleman said? Do you believe that they should set the bail low, or do you believe with the Safety Act it should be to the judge's discretion?
I feel like whatever the bill is going to be set, it needs to be even across everybody's playing field. I don't want you to set somebody that may look like me on a $2 million bail when someone of other counterparts are doing the same crime and they're getting set at 100,000.
All right, got you. Let's continue on because I got something to say when it comes to what June said about the his rebuttal on the Safety Act. But let's continue.
To effect in January takes bonds completely off the table, giving those arrested the upper hand.
Because they're going to get a get out of jail free card. Once they're arrested, if they can't be detained, they're going to be let out. And once they're let out, there's no incentive to come back.
There is no automatic get out of jail free card.
And so says former prosecutor and current criminal defense attorney Tamara Walker.
I am not a political proponent.
Walker says cash bail will not leave violent offenders with a pat on the back.
The judge is going to look at the totality of the circumstances just like they do now. The totality of the circumstances in bond review is this. Does the person pose a flight risk? Is this person a danger to people and or the community? Judges will still evaluate on those grounds.
There's been a lot of talk of this law being a purge for those sitting in jail.
That is incorrect because when you actually read it, it doesn't say the community. It say to that person. So that's something that is incorrect on what she said as far as if you commit a crime, whatever. So say if you commit DV, like I see it as a means of you basically gave a person, like if a person decides they're gonna commit domestic violence or whatever, right? I think you basically incentivize the person because let's face it, when you speak to people, like not speak to, but people who are domestic violence abusers, they're usually abusive to that individual, and in front of people, they show like they change faces, they show many faces. So if they just show that face to that abuser, basically this law kind of incentivizes if you're gonna do it, you might as well go all the way, take the person out per se. And now when you go in front of the judge, whatever, if it's your first time ever committing anything, since the community is not within the bill, it's just to that person. Well, if that person is gone, you're no longer a threat to that person. So how can the judge within the rules of what they're saying be like, well, you're not a threat to the individual? Well, they'll just basically say you're not a threat to the individual because the individual is gone. So now you got to go through your due process and wait to your court date, yada, yada. So technically that person can pretty much go scot-free on the streets and wait for his bail. Well, not bail, but wait for his hearing.
Yeah, that's the misconception though, where people is just saying before, if I could afford bail, no matter what I did, most likely the judge would have to say no bail, right? Like there's no bail. But most likely I'd be able to post bail. So no matter what I did, I can post it. So it's whoever can afford bail. So the people who can't afford it, they may have just alleged that you like accused you of something and you're going to sit in prison or jail for no reason until they decide to see you. It could be a year, but you're going to sit there because you didn't have money. Now it's going to be like, you know what? Let's use their history. It'll give credence to their presumption of innocence. You've never done this before, but you just out of nowhere you just snapped. So you know what? We will allow you to get out of jail. You can now go free until your court hearing. You're not absolved of what you did, but you now do not have to sit and rot for this because you can't afford it. So It's just allowing people who can't afford it the same rights that someone who can afford it gets. It's now you can't just hold me for no reason. Someone can't just say June sent them a threatening message and now I'm sitting in jail because it was alleged I did something incorrectly. No, I never done that before. Now I'm going to be free until we go to court and fight it out.
That
That's
to me, that holds weight for petty crimes and stuff like this. But when it comes to murder and stuff like that, and there's insurmountable evidence against you, no, I'm sorry.
but you're going to sit in jail.
Yes,
That's
that's what
not
that.
gonna let you go.
No, I understand that, but the way it's configured is, like I said, that's why I made the example of domestic violence. If
Mhm.
it's just that one individual that one time off and they committed, domestic violence and the person wind up being killed in the process, since the person you was a threat to is no longer living, there's no other person that you're a threat to when it comes to the eyes of the court system. So they're gonna let you walk free.
From
I
sitting in jail
but
until your court hearing.
yeah, but I don't agree with that because
Why should you?
why you said why should I agree with it?
No, why should you sit in jail though? If it was, let's say you walked in and let's say somebody was cheating
The
and you
reason
just
the
lost
the
your mind
the
and you did something.
the
That was your
reason
first time that you ever committed any violent harm like crime. Why should you sit in jail when you're not a flight risk? Why?
if it's for a violent crime like that, when you killed somebody, to me, you should sit in jail.
But
If you
why?
why? Because
Yeah.
the way I see it, for you to muster up to wind up killing somebody, especially in a DV situation, that means
Mhm.
that this was something that was done before and it was building up, and that like it wasn't just a one-off. That's the way I view it. So for your actions, you got to suffer the consequences and understand what comes with it.
Yeah, but
And
you're gonna be charged. Like you're gonna be charged. They're gonna
yeah,
go.
yeah, you're gonna be charged. But guess what? If the right person get out, they have it in their mentality. You know what? Since I know I'm gonna do time anyway, what do I got to lose? I don't give a F. I'm gonna go out with a bang. What happened with that young boy, the 19-year-old, who went into the store and just shooting people up?
But the process would have caught him because he was what's the word? Criminal, history,
Repeat
not
offender.
repeat offender. So they would
Yes.
have caught him and they would have not let him go if there was like if it was up to the judge. But
No, I
since
get
he was
I get
jailed,
that. I get that. But there's so like let before we continue on with this, let's continue on with the video because I want to, let the video continue speaking before we get into, the gritty of this. So let's let this video play out real quick.
Jail, unable to pay cash bonds.
For those currently in jail that cannot post bail, if they are actually in jail on a claim that they cannot be detained for, they're going to let them go.
There is absolutely a process. And now, let me be very clear. There may be an opportunity for bond to be reviewed to determine if the offense should be modified from being a cash bond into a monitoring situation.
One thing the two sides can agree is this law has become politicized.
At least for the next 6 to 8 weeks, people are kind of paying attention to what's going on with our government.
It's been a lot of propaganda and very little truth.
All right, so that's pretty much that. Now, yeah, he wouldn't have been out. He wouldn't have been let out. But I'm like, why can't we do that anyway? Not let these criminals out. But I understand that aspect of, he wouldn't have been out. But what about other cases where it's like second degree murder was on there, kidnapping was on there, other offenses that they might not deem serious, but to me and you, that's serious because if somebody kidnapped my child, we have a problem. So this person kidnapped my child and get to walk scot free and wait to see his day in court. No, I don't agree with that.
but here you go. If he had a kidnapping charge because he was going to lose his child forever because of a dispute between, they divorced and they're going through a battle and he tried to flee to a country, I don't think I don't think he should sit in jail because that happened. Like, just because that happened, the judge should really evaluate this guy. Is he a terrible human being? If he is, and we see he has a pattern of inconsistencies here and there, yes, have him sit in jail. But if not, the judge should be allowed to use his or her discretion and their history. Like, this person does seem like a risk or not. I know it doesn't make you feel good as a citizen, but overall, I don't get it. Doesn't make sense to have them sit there. Like,
I'll let you chime in, Erica, but hell yeah. If my baby mother, I had custody of my kids, my baby mother went and tried to steal my child and try to flee the country and got caught, I want you to sit in jail. And even if they are, you're not a flight risk, whatever, yada, yada, I'll let you go. Who's to say, yeah, you caught her that time? Who's to say next time you won't be smoother with it and not get caught? No, I'm not taking that
the
risk.
ankle monitor will surveil where she goes and all that.
Yeah, yeah,
Listen,
but the ankle monitor, they got they got to be doing something wrong with it. They got 48 hours to correct whatever they're doing. So within that 48 hours, the cops can't do anything. So it's like, all right, you're not doing something right. We're gonna give you time to correct yourself. A lot can be done within 48 hours. And when you go, Erica, I'm gonna play another clip for you guys.
Okay. So yes, I do feel it's hard. And the reason I'm gonna say that it's hard is I feel like, yes, we as a society give the judges a lot of leeway, but I also feel like certain things are going to the extreme with this act at this point. You're talking, it's a 704-page document. Yes, does it have stuff that, it gives you protocols for the police. It gives you protocols for the person getting arrested. It gives you protocol, but you're still trying to fix a broken system. Taking just the cash bail off the table is not going to change the system. All it's doing is helping put an even playing field on poorer individuals than people who already have the money to be able to do it. Two, when you start looking at what some of these offenses, that like some of these offenses go to the extreme, stuff that they deem is low, low risk on the totem pole, are not really that low risk when you start looking at the risk for the individual. They're looking at most of these things that, hey, it's an isolated incident, it's only for that individual, but they're not taking into the fact that what happens when the person who either went through the crime or was victimized by this person still sees them on the street. That is a psychological issue now. What happens if the person who was victimized does something more egregious or worse than their attacker did? Now, instead of you just having one person who could potentially going to jail, now you have two. You don't, that person could snap when they see them, they could have a panic attack, they could haul off and just kill this other person. So now it's like, okay, well, you let my attacker out, now I got to take matters into my own hands, because you got to think about it. Some of these cases go years before they see a day in court.
Mm-hmm.
So you're thinking, hey, I'm gonna get some, you're gonna get some kind of relief. You be like, yes, the legal system's working for me. And then it really doesn't.
Before I say something, I just want to play this clip from this judge who was breaking down, the Safety Act. So check it out.
As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes, but isn't limited to, kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. Offenders released on electronic monitoring have to be in violation for 48 hours before law enforcement can act. They could almost drive to Alaska before we can even look for them. It denies victims their constitutional rights. And keep this in mind, businesses and homeowners. Officers will no longer be able to remove trespassers from your residence or your businesses. Someone could decide to live in your shed, and all we can do is give them a ticket. You have to decide what level of force is required to remove them and whether or not it's legal.
Yeah. Here's where I stand with it. Remember, and I believe it was California when they said they was gonna eliminate cash bail for like petty larceny or like stealing and stuff like this. What did we start seeing left to right? People walking into stores with garbage bags, just stuffing their bags and walking out of the store. And this is why I say this is bad, because the way a criminal minds work is, okay, this is what I could do to escape cash bail, possibility of escaping, cash bail and being out on the streets. All right, let me see how I could maneuver now with the law, so I could. Criminals know the law. You ask a criminal, yo, what's how much you getting for a gun charge? Yo, you getting XYZ. What about a drug charge? Yo, you getting, they know the law. So now you're talking second degree murder. Do you guys know what second degree murder actually like it is? It's basically when you murder somebody, you want to do, like, your intent was to do bodily harm, but in the process the person died.
Maybe like they were
That yeah, so
fighting or
that
something.
exactly. So you mean to tell me a person who is a stone cold killer but never really got caught, now they're like, yo, if I go kill somebody, whatever, all I got to do is make it seem like it was a tussle. I meant to do bodily harm, and now the person died, and I get to walk scot, like, be out on bail, so to speak. Like, I just see it headed in a disaster, like straight up disaster. That's just me. And you know what was their reason for putting second degree murder on there? Because from 2010 to like 2018 or something like that, there was only about 200 cases of, it was like number of 200, no more than 300 of second degree murder cases.
Mm.
That's the reason
Wow.
why it's low. But now that this falls under that umbrella, you don't think that's going to rise?
But
But just go ahead. I
let
give the floor to you guys. I give the floor to you guys and gals.
let me chime in. One thing
Yeah.
you said, it will make criminals do craziness, but you're punishing innocent people for the crimes of criminals. That's what your strategy is saying. Punish the innocent because someone may do this, so let's punish everyone else. That's what you're saying. So even with the second degree murder, I may have been like the movie Con Air. I may have been defending myself because he was harassing my girlfriend, and I accidentally killed him, and now I'm sitting in prison for a long time, even though it was an accident, because I can't post bail. I couldn't go do the research to get a good lawyer to defend me. You're saying that person should suffer because someone may decide to, you know what, I'm out. Let me just go out with a bang. So I disagree. I feel like, no, the judge should use his discretion and let your lawyer speak for you. If he speaks greatly on your behalf and prove why you should be out, you are let out. But if the prosecutor shows a better defense as to why you should sit in prison, you will sit in prison. That's allowing the law to do its system. Just because you're rich, you should not be able to post bail. No, you shouldn't. So, Erica, that's something else it does. It allowed people, because you said in the thing about the people who can't afford it, right?
Mhm.
They're allowed to get the same benefits. That's what I had mentioned earlier. But what it does is the judge can say, even though you can post bail, I think you're a high risk. I'm not allowing you to get out. You're sitting in jail. The judge can do that. This guy, no, even though this is your first time killing your wife, you just explosive. Even right here, you displayed certain signs. You're sitting in jail. I don't care that you can afford bail. It allows the judge to do that. Opposed to, you know what, I'm rich. I just killed like 2 people because I was drunk. But you know what? My lawyer is going to get me off, so I'm going to be off in the meantime. No, no, let the judge say you're going to sit there just because you have the money. No, you're going to sit there. So what's wrong with that? That's actually keeping the right people where they should be, even though they will make mistakes, though.
Correct.
See
But I
that
got you another one. How
Uh-huh.
about there's already 2 states that already have something similar in
New
place?
Jersey, right?
New Jersey and Alaska. They've been doing something similar since 2014.
Okay.
But they were a little more stringent with their rules. Like there has to be, they have to have conditions determined for their risk assessment. It has to be something that is not egregious, but they still do, they have to determine
Oh,
the fact if they're a flight risk or if they're a danger to the community. The other thing too is because they got rid of cash bail, a lot of times in these cases they enacted where you either have supervised release or mandatory detention. So those are their two options at this point. So if you do come out, it's you have to do one of the two. So at least somebody's doing a check-in, because that's the other thing. You don't really see anywhere listed in this act that they're doing a check-in. Once you did that 48-hour, you have to do something in 48 hours, that kind of null and voids your check-in sometimes.
Hmm. Dang, y'all made me lose my train of thought of what I had to say. But go ahead, take the floor. It'll come back to me because I had something
well,
specifically to say on
was that
that.
sufficient for you? What she said, like New Jersey was implementing, would that be like sufficient to you? Like, you know what? Once you get out, you're going to be monitored. Somebody's going to surveil everywhere you go. Is that like
Oh, this is what I had to say.
okay?
See, I understand the people who they're not criminals. They just happen to have had made a mistake. So I understand that works in their benefit. Number one, we're talking about Illinois, Chicago. We all know the stories and everything that goes down there. It's a war zone as it is. The problem that I have is you have a lot of people who are criminals.
Mhm.
You have people that like I could take it even growing up in Jersey. I knew people who were stone cold killers, drug dealers, would, take a razor blade to your face, the whole nine, straight up criminals, but they just never got caught.
They could afford
So
bail though. So
no, but no, I'm not talking about bail. I'm talking about they never got caught. They
okay,
never got caught, but the people in the streets know that's a criminal, that's a thug.
Correct. And a
But
lot
he
of times the cops know who they are too, but if you don't have enough
but
to prove
listen,
that that's what they're really doing, you can't hold
exactly,
them. You
exactly,
can
yes,
suspect it, but if you don't catch them
exactly,
red-handed or have enough
exactly.
evidence
And
to press
and what
charges.
I'm
they
what
could
I'm
afford.
saying is
Uh-huh.
those are the people, if they know they're going down, they're going to cause chaos if they're out on a no bail system.
But
Because
this is
at
where
that
you're
point,
missing.
because at that point they already don't give a damn. They already don't give a F about the law. So now this person is going to be out on the street and you pretty much have nothing to
They
lose.
won't though.
Huh?
They
Those
won't.
those are the type of people that can afford bail because they have that drug money. They can afford it. So Erica just said the cops they know he's a bad guy. So the
Yes, but
judge will
but
also know, and the judge
June,
will use his
June,
discretion and say
June,
you're sitting in jail.
June. It ain't what you know, it's what you can prove.
It's what
No,
you
no,
can
So
no,
prove.
no.
if they
But this system, it's what you can prove. It's what you can prove. But if the judge says, no, I hear that my cops are telling me how you are and you're going to do this, you're sitting in jail.
but
Forget that you can
the
post bail.
judge can't go based off, the judge is gonna be like, you need some solid
They need the
proof. I'm
facts.
telling
They
you,
need the
you
facts
need
and proof.
he
Yeah.
can't just take the cop's word. Do you
Yes,
know
but
if
they're not going to
check
surveil
this
you if
out?
they think you're
Yeah,
something's wrong with
they
you.
may surveil you, but what I'm saying is if that judge was just to go by the cop's word with no evidence, look
But
at
what can
look at
they
what's
do
happened with the
now?
Breonna Taylor case.
But what
Look
can
at
they
what's
do now?
cool.
What can they do now? If the person posts bail, there's nothing they can do. They can't even say, we're going to hold you. I can post bail. There's nothing you can do.
And a lot of times you can't even surveil them if they post the bail. Because think about it, at that point, that's you're trying to do evidence tampering. Now, their lawyers like,
But
oh, you're hostile to my client, you're following them. And these are
but
other charges that
check
can be
this out though.
tacked
No,
on.
that's not true because the reason why is because if you're implementing bail, then you can use the cop's words of this guy is a threat to society because of XYZ. You can speak to the community and find out this is XYZ
They
about it.
may they may raise the bell, but what else?
Yeah, but if you raise the bell insurmountable, how you getting out? You raise the bell, you make the bell $1 million. And we know we've seen cases of them putting bail $1 million because we're talking about this guy is in there for like a murder charge. easily the bail could be $1 million plus.
But for the kingpin that could afford that, that's not even harming him.
I didn't say it was a kingpin. I'm
No,
just
no, I'm
talking
just
about a
saying
regular hood
that's
dude
for
that, you
lower,
know.
but that's for lower level people. I'm saying for the person who can afford okay, you brought it to $1 million, I can afford it. So I just took 3 lives. I just had you take 3 lives, so I'm off just because I can afford it. No, let the judge say there's no bail.
Yeah,
make the decision
but
here.
but check this out though. At least with the bail system, instead of you letting 5 thugs out, you only let out 1 thug out with the bail system because only that one higher up has enough to pay for the bail, while the other 4 sit and wait.
But
What
what does
about
that do
that?
though? You didn't catch the problem.
It doesn't catch the what you it only so you're telling me
The workers,
it's
that's nothing.
what do you mean it's nothing? Them
They're
workers
just gonna
work
recycle and get new people. So that's nothing.
but the workers are the ones on the streets who's the one that's really committing, XYZ. But
They're
even even if they recycle, that's
Mhm.
still 4 that are off the streets.
But Walls, for every 4 you take, there's gonna be other youngins that I'm gonna buy you Jordans and just go run this over there for me.
But
So
it's still
that's
4
nothing.
off
You
the
did nothing.
but it's still 4 off the street.
But
No
you
matter how
want
you
the big
slice it.
dog. That's who you want. And with this
Correct. You
system,
want the
Yo,
person.
that
You want the person who is really going to shut down the operation.
you
yes.
do.
Anytime you take those lower level people, the operation is not getting hurt because you're
Yes.
going to always have somebody to
This
replace.
is what you guys are telling me. If I go see dudes hugging the block and I go talk to them and be like, yo, man, change your life, and I change one of them, basically what you're telling me is, oh, what's the point of changing the one? They're just going to get another one to replace them. No, I
No.
still at least saved one. We still got 4 of them off the street.
Correct.
But
And
you're
I'm not
not
saying that. I'm there's nowhere that I'm saying what you just said. But what I am saying is, yes, when you start looking at the laws that are in place, you have to look at how it's going to affect the community. Remember, we want to eradicate all of this. We want everybody that's doing harm going out of the community. But you have to start somewhere. And
Let,
this
let,
is a start by making the laws in place for it to start helping. Because
let me
without the laws, you ain't got nothing to look at.
I know June got get himself together and everything, and I appreciate you being on this live, not feeling 100%. But let me ask you this, June. So as of January 1st, 2023, would you consider moving to Illinois?
I wouldn't before that, to be honest.
All right. So let me ask you this. Do you believe the streets are going to be a lot safer with this safety act as opposed to now?
I think if they do their jobs and they really take it serious trying to change the situation, I think they can use it. Yeah, I think they could use it for a benefit. And it would be advantageous to the community and them, like the law enforcement and all of that. I do believe that if they use it correctly.
Do you, Erica, think it'll be more safe with this safety act?
I'm gonna say it's a start. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna be more safe because regardless, you have to do something different than what's happening right now. You have to put the laws and acts in place so that you'll know what the rules are going forward. You can't just be blindly going, this is what I want to do. It has to be in place because guess what? The act wasn't just based off of bail reform. There was other stuff in there too. It's protocols for, the type of weapons police can use in the area. It's a chain of command on how officers can handle certain things. They can't just use excessive force without stating in a report why you use excessive force.
Let me ask you this, and I'm just asking you. A lot of states already have this implemented, right?
Correct.
So my question is, with this safety act, why is it that you're kind of broadening, saying, "Oh, cops is this," if they already have this enabled or implemented in a lot of states already?
The reason that they have to is because the states are on watch now. When police are abusing their power, they have to have some way of chain of command of what are we going to do. Think about it. In some of these states, especially, some of the smaller forces, let's say I was a police officer and I was attacked by another one of the police in my precinct. Guess what happens? If my abuser is my boss, I got to give my boss my report because there was nobody else to take it. So it's like it allows an outside party to, well, not an outside party, but someone
No,
who's
no,
not in my
you're
direct
right. You're right.
department to
No.
take that statement.
I was testing you to see where your head was at on on said topic, because I can agree with those parts of the safety acts with police officers, not losing lethal, like it got to be a good reason to use lethal force and stuff like that. Because now, since it's now like signed into law, now it becomes a federal, where the federal can look into you.
Correct.
So
You also have to
that
think about it.
that's
Sometimes people were taking these reports and they was just sitting on somebody's desk. There
yeah.
was no place for it to go. Now, guess what? You got a database. So if I go and type
hmm
Officer Baker's name in, Officer
Yeah.
Baker, if he had any issues, it's coming up now. So then that means, I can go, hey, this person had quite a few cases of high risk traffic stops. But
Now,
but now I could see why they were happening. Oh, maybe because we got him stationed right here at, right off of the highway exit. So it's a high traffic, high crime area. Maybe this is why he has that many more compared to somebody else who's on a halfway decent block. But those are things that, there were protocols in place, but you didn't know that it was in place. The other thing, like I said about the weapons, I didn't know that a lot of the police departments were getting military surplus. They were getting grants to get military surplus. Why are the police utilizing military grade weapons?
do you see what these people have on the streets?
I get it, but what I'm
They
saying
need
is,
military weapons, June.
but I'm
Let's
not
not
saying
front.
every cop needs
Like,
to have
come on.
access to it, though. Every cop does not need to have access
but
to it.
but you
What I
don't
feel
know.
like
But
is
you
there
don't
is
know
a
when
chain
you're
of
gonna
command.
need access to it. You don't
Yeah,
know when
but
you're gonna need access to it.
I don't want you to just be able to go take it out of a locker. I need you to be able to sign it out and know who had it last.
I agree.
Because
Okay,
what
I could
happens in
give
the
you that.
event that I took the weapon, I put it back, but the last time the paper says I signed and the next person didn't sign the paper. So now 12 rounds is missing and they come in looking at me and I'm like, I ain't shoot no rounds. What are you talking about?
And it's
So
crazy because
no,
they
these are
they just
things.
they just had a sting of a police chief deputy, a woman who was actually selling, narcotics and stuff that was putting into evidence and stuff like this, and she was getting away with it for like years. So
But you have to
I I
because you got to
I
think
get
about
that.
some of these places are not the most secure.
No, I get that.
You got too many people who have too much access.
Look,
And I'm not saying this to be funny because think about it. I could swipe my badge to open up a door to go into my job, and I'd have left the door open for the next 8 people to come back behind me. So guess what happens? You don't have a valid, accurate record for that kind of stuff.
I can agree with putting the accountability on police. What I don't agree with is some of those offenses that they have for no cash bail. The second degree murder, the if you commit robbery with a gun, the kidnapping. I don't agree with those being on there, like as far now. The point, I'm not gonna front, the point that you made, June, about like Con Air, a situation like that, I understand 100%. Hey, this was a one-time thing, you should be off and stuff like this. But my whole thing is, even in a case like that, you're gonna get people who are criminals, lifetime criminals, and they're going to slip through the cracks and be out scot free. I would, even if those people can make bail, I would still rather their pockets being hurt somewhat as opposed to them being hurt in no way
How
to
about this?
gain their freedom.
How about their pockets being hurt, opposed to the judge saying, you know what? No, I know you can post bail, but you're sitting in jail until we can see your case. You're sitting right there because we don't trust you.
Yeah, For those who are habitual offenders, yeah, I
Not even
understand.
habitual.
No.
You
The reason why I say habitual offenders is because the habitual offenders, we know they're going in. Like we know they're gonna be no, you can't make bail, whatever. But for the ones who it's their first time and not like the people in the community know this is a lifetime criminal but just never got caught. I believe a lot of them are gonna slip through the cracks, yo.
But
I just
habitual
believe.
offenders do get off. Also, they do post bail and get off.
Or think about the
Yeah, they
ones,
do.
but I got you one better. What about the ones who only get 3 months, 6 months sentence? They're like, all right, let me go ahead and knock this 3 to 6 months out real fast. Like,
Mm.
at what point do you not have a 40-page rap sheet, and you're still being released too? That is a
Well,
problem.
they don't well, if they sit for 3 months and they can make bail, that's weird. Unless they're sitting to wait for their bail hearing, then that's one thing. But once they get their bail hearing, like if they have the money to make bail, they're not sitting for three
No,
months.
what I'm saying is you get some of these people who get charged for less than a year, depending on what their offense was. So if they, what was it? They got to serve at least 50% of their, I think on some
Something
of
like that.
some,
Yeah.
you got to serve over 50% or something like that. So yeah, some of these people do. You be like, so you've been in jail 14 times in 4 years because all of the stuff was like petty stuff. You
See,
think about it, petty stuff don't give you 5 years, 10 years. This stuff is really be like 1 to 3.
I would be okay if this was something that they implemented for first time offenders.
Mm, okay.
If this was not your first offense, I'm sorry, you have to sit. I understand, hey, mistake. I understand that, but my thing is, if you mess up the first time, the second time you're gonna be on your P's and Q's on not messing up again. And I understand mistakes happen, but
But wait,
I'm sorry, that's on you. Put it like this. I would be even be okay with two, but we're talking like two for like light, like the stuff they have on there, except for the kidnapping. I'm like really big on the kidnapping. I'm sorry. I can't I can't budge on the kidnapping. But I can see the second degree murder. You get the one time, the second time, nah, you gotta sit.
no, but boss, what I'm trying to tell you, we're saying different things. I think we're saying the same thing, but it's different. With the kidnapping, I'm not saying the example I gave probably brought you somewhere different.
No, no, I get it. I
Let's
get
say
what
you
you're
as a
saying.
father, you had rights. She gave you rights to be with your child. And then she just decided because you got on her nerves, she called something on you, alleged that you did something, and you are now not sex trafficker, but you stole the kid. You kidnapped the kid. What that does is the judge get to look back at your case. Now your lawyer gets to present something. The other way, it doesn't work like that. You're gonna, if you can't afford it, even though she lied on you, you're going to sit in jail until we can see you, even if it's a year. You're going to sit there. That's not fair to that person. I know you're talking about the person that can get off. They're not going to get off. If the prosecutor can prove that that person did something wrong, not even your past, you did something wrong, you're going to sit there if the judge say you're going to sit there. But this way, it doesn't work like that. If he could pay, he gone. After he did his crime, he gone.
But then I think
I
that's,
get what you're saying.
I think that's why people are trying to go away from the no cash bail, because think about it. If you're gonna get released, you can get released regardless. Like, yes.
Yeah.
So it's just a means of, do you sit here and wait because you didn't have the money to do it? All right. So now you gotta go check in. Now you gotta go wear ankle monitor. Now you gotta be in the house before 10 p.m. Like,
See,
I don't know what the stipulations are for each case, because some
see,
of these have different rules.
the,
But those are all things that would be established with the judge and your lawyer or
this
your court appointed lawyer. Like,
this is
somebody's gonna give you this info.
this is where I have to give pushback because the point that you made, June, was phenomenal. But my point is, this law shouldn't enable that judge to look into everything to determine to make. The judges can do that now. The judges, if they want, they can do that now before this happened, where they look into a case like, okay, let me see what's going on. Okay, I know this is what this is saying, but I override it.
But
Like,
they've always
like
had that. They've always had that, because you have to
exactly,
do the assessment
ex-
regardless.
Exactly.
Now
So
they have to work. Now you have to do this.
I
Opposed
understand
to,
that, but what I'm saying is, why not put a law in place that holds the judge accountable to actually do their freaking job?
Yeah, but the
Don't put it
problem,
on. The problem's what? Because if we could put all these stipulation on police officers for them to uphold the law and everything, why not do these stipulations and everything for the judges who oversee these
but you have
cases?
to think about it. The judge only gets the information that's on file. So if that stuff is not on file, it doesn't matter what the judge says. They gonna have to do an assessment regardless. So regardless, it's not just them doing their job; it's the facts of what else do we need? Because remember, you had judges playing favorites.
Let
You
me let me
also had judges who were
let me
giving
ask.
people what they thought they wanted based off of
Okay,
biases.
okay, but let me ask you this: how does this make? So break this down to me. If you break this down to me, okay, I can agree with it. What is difference now as far as the information that the judge will have on file? What is going to be the different procedure of how they get stuff on file now as opposed to when this act come into effect?
The major difference is you take some of the discretion out of the judge's hands for not giving people the same equal treatment for the same crime. You eliminate the biases. You eliminate me seeing a black person coming in with the same charge as a white person
No, we
and
we
not
we we
being
we get that part. We
but
we get
that's why they got it written out now, because you're trying to keep everybody at the same even playing field for that.
see this is where again where it just makes my point because like I said, if it's saying you're not a danger to the victim and there's no victim because the victim is deceased, they can't hold you because there's nobody else that you pose a threat to.
it's,
So in a lot of cases, it's going to backfire.
but Walls, where's
Yeah.
that? When you say that, where do you get that from? Like what you just said, because that's a misconception. I hear people saying that in New Jersey, we've had it. Christie's a Republican, I believe. Christie was pretty stern, and Christie implemented this whole thing, the Safety Act, and we haven't been terrible. It's not like criminals are running like, you know what, now we can do what we want. No, it gives the judge the discretion to say, you know what, I know you can afford bail, but I'm not going to allow you out. You're going to sit here before this person can post bail, no matter what. Okay, you're going to bring it to $100 million. Cool, I got that money. I'll post bail for $1 million. Now the judges say, no, I'm not going to accept that. That's all it does. The criminal's still going to be in prison, still going to be in jail. Like, yes, you're still going to be there. That doesn't change. Would you looking for it? I'm
Yeah,
telling
I was looking for it because I
you.
wish I would have found like Strategic played this excellent video on YouTube where you had the person who actually was within writing the law. Matter of fact, Strategic, let me
I'm about to
pull it
say he
up.
right there. He right there. But
Uh,
what I was also gonna
you
say
had
too
wait,
is
but
each
this is
one
the
of these
thing. Let me just
states.
say this real quick.
God,
Strategic played it where the person who wrote the law was speaking to a lawyer, or it was a person from the right who was speaking to the person who actually wrote the law, and that person actually brought it up and was like, "No, the law does not say, you know." The law does not say this the community whatever, it's to that person. I'm gonna y'all could go ahead and talk. I'm gonna play it for you
Yes,
guys.
but the person, right? What I'm trying to say is I just need the people that's saying these things, show me the written law that says that,
All
because this
right,
is people's understandings.
this is the person that wrote the law, so check this out. I got it pulled up. I'm gonna play it for you.
Kill minorities, in my opinion. That's the safety of citizens. If it works, if it's able to be passed in Illinois, it will come to a city near you.
Of it. What were you hoping to achieve?
We were hoping to take a system that for a very long time had no justice for those who were victims of crime, and no justice for folks who lived in communities where these folks came from, to try to shift the paradigm. We want to make sure that we aggressively attack a system that treated you better if you were wealthy and guilty than it did if you were poor and innocent. And so, listen, there is still yet a lot of work to be done. This is not the end of the road. We want to make sure that we do all that we can to make sure that this and everything that we pass in Springfield makes the people in Illinois safe.
Well, a guy who's been saying that he hopes this isn't the end of the road is State Senator John Curran from Downers Grove, who's got a long list of proposals. Senator, what's at the top of the things you want to change when it comes to the Safety Act?
Well, Mike, it's the detention standards or lack thereof in the Safety Act. There is no magic to cash bail. The ability to pay a bond it has no correlation to whether or not someone poses a risk to the public safety. However, the act that was passed and is going to go into effect, that portion January 1st, has different detention standards at different points in a criminal proceeding. And initially, you have the standard of posing a risk to public safety generally as a basis for a judge to detain an individual. However, that's only available on that initial detention hearing. Every subsequent court hearing after that, the judge must make a finding that an individual, that defendant poses a risk to a specific person and name that person.
All right, here's a politician who has read the law. And he's going to challenge the architect of the law on that specific provision that the judge has to name a specific person that is being threatened or threat would be against their life, right? But remember, we just looked at Snopes.
So let me fast forward it a bit.
Initial detention hearing.
Well, let me turn to Representative Buckner. So Representative Buckner, on that note,
and just want to say that last thing. He said the community at large standard is nowhere in that act in the second provision. Go ahead.
A carjacker who kills somebody in the carjacking in the subsequent hearing. The prosecutors won't be able to point to somebody who might be carjacked, some specific person, because the carjacker is out there just looking for anybody.
In that specific case, for a carjacker who commits a murder, this law gives the judges the ability to make sure that that person, no matter whether they're wealthy or insolvent, doesn't have the ability to have that second hearing as a free person. We put the parameters in there to give our judicial system the ability to make these determinations.
So, Mike, on that point, I disagree. It is there on that initial detention hearing, but after that initial detention hearing, the risk a defendant poses to the public at large is gone. It's an omission. It's not there. And at that point, the prosecutor has to identify and the judge has to find that you pose a risk to a particular individual to continue to detain that person at each and every subsequent court hearing. This is what.
All right, so this is what I told you guys initially, right? So to let you know how bail works, in that
court hearing, this is what.
All right, so,
but yeah, so that's pretty much what it goes into. And this guy who's the architect of this bill, basically, I mean, we could go into play it, but he basically agreed, like, yeah, that is what it is, but then went into political talk to talk around it.
Correct. And that's
straight from the horse's mouth.
And that's what I was going to tell you. So for New Jersey, I looked up the law. I scrolled through most of it. How about New Jersey says person or community? The Illinois
New Jersey says that.
New Jersey does. And that's why I said
Illinois doesn't.
You know, each state adapted it how they wanted to adapt this. But yes, you're right. If you don't say community as well, then yeah, that is a problem because it's not always that one particular individual.
Now, before you go on, I just want to say shout out to Strategic Eyes because he did a beautiful coverage on this act. Definitely subscribe to his channel, Strategic Eyes. Yeah. But yeah, that was my whole point, that I don't agree with those things being listed as, you know, you don't need bail for. That's my only gripe with it. June, like I said, you made phenomenal points, and a lot of it I can agree with you on, but it's just my thing is how criminal minds work. That's where I have an issue with it, where I'm like, yo, these mother effers are smart and they're gonna find a way to,
But you're saying punish
maneuver.
everybody because of that, though. That's where I disagree. Because if it's saying it has to be to a person, I know I'm not gonna say we all, but cops they will put things on you if they want to get you and they know you're wrong, they're gonna put things on you. Now, what's to say a cop's not gonna get somebody to just say, I feel threatened by this guy. I feel threatened by her. Like she just killed someone. I don't feel safe. You're saying they can't use that person as like that person
If
is a threat to
if
that.
and if they get caught,
If they
if
get
they
caught,
get caught doing that for a cop to, hey, XYZ, this person's a threat, yada, like if they get caught doing that, because that person got to give specific reasons of why they feel they're a threat. Did this person do something to you before? Do you have
you
proof of what
killed
they did to you?
someone, you're a threat to me.
Huh?
If you killed someone and you're close to me, you're a threat to me.
That's how you see it. But
No,
with the law, it's how do you feel specifically threatened? Did this person come up to you and do XYZ? Did this person do X,
yeah,
yeah.
I'll
Oh,
find reasons.
so before I go on, let me give a shout out to everybody in the comment section. We got Victor in there, we got Strategic Eyes in here. All right. So let me read some of the comments. It said starting January 1st, them thugs are gonna purge each other and give people outside the hood to go purge our people. Strategic said, hey, we here, baby. He said that law they passed is dumb and dangerous. I want to see all hell break loose starting next year if they're gonna say it's all good. Strategic said Jersey law is not the same as Ohio. And Vic said, call in Strategic and explain. Yeah, I'm gonna Walls, I'm gonna send you the law via text. Who's that handsome guy? All right. Let me send the link, so if somebody wants to call in, they can definitely call in. But yeah, man, like that law, I'm sorry, you lose me. Let me continue with the he said he sent it to me via text, which I'm gonna check out. No Christmas shopping in November or December. They're gonna leave it for January. Everything will be on sale for free. Yeah. Strategic said it doesn't work that way. There's a whole trial. The defendant gets to cross-examine the accuser. Put the link and I'll come through. Okay, got it. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it also. So if there's no accuser, yeah. So the way I see it, man, a lot of these criminals are going to walk free.
I mean, y'all putting it out in the air. I just
All
need
right.
to see it.
Let's Strategic Guys is calling in. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you calling in, man.
Hey.
He can't hear
Hello?
us.
Hello? I think he probably didn't activate the microphone. Can you hear us? Hello?
I can hear him though. I can hear feedback from him.
Yeah, I can hear the feedback. Satij, hello?
I'm gonna mute my mic.
Hello?
Wait.
All right, there you
There
go.
you
There you go. He said, hold on a second. Having technical difficulties. Vic said America is being ran by idiots. Nah, Vic, it's not. I'm working on getting the pro one. Working on getting the pro one. But yeah, like I said, man, while Stati's get it together, I gotta give pushback, and I can't agree with that law, man. I can't agree with it. Where do you stand with it, Erica? Do you agree with it, or
I agree with certain parts of it, and that's the problem. I feel like there's probably going to be some
hold on? I
other.
think Stati's got his thing in order. You good, Stati? You good? Hello? Uh-oh.
Damn.
I hear you for a second, but then it like chime out.
I'm saying after Erica speak, if he
I'd say close it out and try and come back in. So yeah, close it out, brother, and try and come back in. All right, so I'm yeah, there you go. All right. So, Erica, you were saying you agree with it?
I feel like it's a start. You had to have something on the books to start. I don't know if there are going to be some other acts that's going to have to follow to correct some of it.
Okay.
But I do feel like it's a strong start. You had to
All
have
right.
something down.
Hold that thought. Strategic is back in. All right. You there, Strategic? Oh man, technical difficulties. Technical. I really wanted to hear what he had to say too. Technical difficulties. Yo, that's crazy how what is it? Restream is not playing good with Strategic today. Hello, hello, hello.
We gotta keep moving though for the viewers.
Yeah, I know. All right. Yeah, try calling back in again, Strategic, because yeah, it's having technical difficulties. Like I could hear rummaging, but for some reason the microphone is not it's not picking up on the microphone. All right. Um, but yeah. Go ahead, Erica.
No, I was just like I said, I feel like it's a good start. I just have to see once January, like they're gonna have to figure out some tweaks too, because you don't know how it's gonna play out. You have to let the law go into effect, and then see how everybody's implementing it. Two, you got to make sure that everybody around knows the law because that's the problem. A lot of people don't pay attention to the laws of their town, their city, their state, and then you up a creek because these are all things that somebody had to write it, somebody had to vote on it, the mayor had to, somebody got to sign it. So I'm like, I feel like these are all things that they don't change that often, but when they do change, people aren't notified of it. So I feel like these are things where how many times is somebody really going to read a 704-page document?
All
They're
right.
not going to do it. But I feel like the people that live in this area need to.
Strategic's back in. Let's see if we got it working this time. Hello? Strategic, you there? Hello, hello. I don't know if the microphone isn't activated or anything like that. Do it give you a gearbox to select the microphone? Hello, hello. Dag. Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties. We tried, brother. We definitely tried. But I don't know. Something is acting up where it's not actually letting the microphone come through. Like I hear some rummaging or whatever, but I don't know. It's not coming through. So yeah, guess we'll try again or do a collaboration on the said topic. But yeah, it's not working. Vic said Obama internet. All right, so yeah, try again. Try again. Um,
And then, oh, the other thing too is people don't realize there's also like another act that came into play as well, which was the Pretrial Fairness Act, which is I guess a provision of the Safety Act. So these are all things too that yes, even though it's eliminating the cash bail, but it's also giving fairness in that pretrial too. So you can't be biased in those acts either. So like, people don't also realize, hey, it was a two-part thing as well. And the crazy thing is most people don't know, but Black Lives Matter and the Legislative for Black Caucus actually pushed for this bill for that implementation of the no cash bail.
For
Most
what?
people don't realize that because I researched it a little bit before.
Because now I'm skeptical about it a little bit. Say what part of the bill?
let me read it out. Let me read it. Let
It's
me
the
read it to you.
Pretrial Fairness
Let
Act.
me let me read it to you because Strategic just sent it to me. Let me yeah, it's all good, Strategic. Let me pull this up. I'll read it. Right here. All right. So are you am I echoing? Nah. All
Yes.
right. I'm still echoing.
No.
Okay. The hearing shall be held immediately upon the defendant's appearance before the court, unless for good cause shown the defendant or the state seeks a continuance. Sorry, a continuance on motion of the defendant may not exceed 5 calendar days, and a continuance on the motion of the state may not exceed 3 calendar days. The defendant may be held in custody during such continuance. The court may deny bail to the defendant where, after the hearing, it is determined that one, proof is evident or the presumption great that the defendant has committed an offense listed in paragraphs 1 through 6 of Section A, for which a sentence of imprisonment without probation, periodic imprisonment, or conditional discharge must be imposed. Consequence of conviction. And 2, the defendant poses a real and present threat to the physical safety of a specific and identifiable any person or persons of conduct which may include, but is not limited to, forcible felony, the obstruction of justice, intimidation, injury, or abuse as defined by paragraph 1 of Section 103 of the Illinois Domestic Violence Act of 1996. Physical harm, an offense under the Illinois Controlled Substance Act, which is a Class X felony, or an offense under the Methamphetamine Control and Community Protection Act, which is Class X felony. And the court finds that no condition or combination of. So yeah.
Yo, but that let me just say, made it confusing that you were reading the words, the paragraphs or phrases that was striked out.
The ones that are striked out are no longer valid. That's what I meant to tell you.
Yeah.
Confusing because it's like.
So and that's the problem with that. So the stuff that was struck out was stuff that's changed at this point. So that's the stuff that got changed with this new act.
Initial. I didn't see it initial. So it's like who striked it out though? Because it could have been anybody.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. So you got to think about it. The pretrial act replaced most of that, where because before it was like you had 5 days, you had 3 days. No, they stripped that out, so they have something else, which now is the Pretrial Fairness Act that took place of that. The other thing too is they also have a domestic violence portion in here where they, it like people really didn't look that up either because it really wasn't talked about. But what I noticed in that aspect, like they had went in and created like a board and some other things for help. So, those things were a little different too. So, like I said, you got the pretrial practice. So now you have a data oversight board that oversees all of the data collected and all of the analysis, which was added. They also established the Domestic Violence Pretrial Practices Working Group. So remember one of the examples we were saying, what if it was in the case of a domestic violence situation? So they created something completely different to add into this act so that now they're getting data, they'll have the data to go based off of it. Because remember, sometimes depending on, the precinct or depending on where they are, some of the stuff is still paper. Not everything is electronic. So papers can get lost. So now if you're putting it all in the same area together, now you got a full rap sheet and everything that was transpired. You ain't got to worry about stuff that was hidden in 1986.
Look,
but yes, like I said, in my mind, it's a good start, and it's you get a lot more checks and balances. So it'll allow things to happen. But then on the flip side, it's like, why were these things not being done before? Like, why did it take so long for some of these things to happen?
Look, you guys are saying it's a start, but I'm sorry. I don't see like there should be reform for criminals. Like,
yeah,
do your time, and after you do your time, then now go through your reform. Show that you can be a contributor to society.
I mean, I don't even agree with that. To be honest, I don't too much agree with the reform. So I don't really want to speak on that. But it's more along the lines of you're saying you don't think
it's a form of I see it as a form of reform because you're setting up no cash bail for people who commit these crimes.
But that's how you're looking at it, opposed to they're not letting the people that can afford to post bail, they're not letting them out. That's how you're looking at it the other way, like they're letting anybody out. That's not what they're doing. It's the same way as this. When former President Obama became president, nobody wanted it to work. They didn't let it work. When former President Trump became president, they didn't want it to work. They made sure he felt. That's what we do. When we don't want something to work, we try it's not gonna work. Well, it's been working in New Jersey. That's why I likened it to New
But
Jersey.
it's a different law in New Jersey. The guidelines are different.
But y'all not even, it hasn't even happened yet. Y'all saying the way it was running in Illinois, it should have been running that way still. No, nothing was being done. So there's no way it was working. That's a fact. It wasn't working. So we can't even make any excuse. It wasn't working. So now they're trying something to get it to work. And y'all saying we don't want it, we don't want to try anything. We just want to blame the criminals. And it's like, try something though.
The reason why is because we see a history of bail reform where criminals are getting out because of no cash bail, and they're terrorizing the communities. They're still terrorizing the communities. And that's why I say I always go back to when they said, yo, petty larceny is not going to be a crime, like not a crime where you could be detained or get bail. We started people taking garbage bags, black garbage bags, walking into the stores, destroying these businesses, and smooth walking out. And even if they do get arrested, they'll come out and do it again. Come
Correct.
out,
But
do it again.
but you also got to think about it. Like, and I'm not saying this to be funny about it, but think about when you look at community makeups, who's doing some of the smaller stuff that they're sending back on the streets? The people that's looking like me is what you're doing at this point. Because it's like, okay, the ones that don't look like me that do this stuff, they'll go back to their own section of the community, but guess where they are? In the same community as the poor black people that look like me. You put them all in, the same area. So it's like, okay, well, we're going to keep you got to figure out ways that's not going to keep those neighborhoods down. Because when you start looking at some of the laws that are in place, it's keeping the lower income neighborhoods down and the higher income communities up, because they're doing different types of crimes in them areas. They're not doing the same kind of crimes. So if you're not doing the same kind of crimes, regardless if you release them on bail or not, they're still going back to the community that they're from. And that's the biggest thing. You got to put something on the books somewhere. You can't just have it free fall. You have to start putting stuff in place.
Just to answer Stratege's question, yes, you can call in. You could call my cell, and I could put the phone to the microphone. So that's definitely an option. Go ahead, June. What was you about to say?
I agree with Vic. The criminals are different, definitely, but nothing was being done in Chicago. That's what we don't get. It was the bail system. That's what was in place. And they are where they're at, where we're calling them Chirac, comparing them to Iraq when it was at its worst. That's what we're comparing them to. And it's like something has to be done.
Yeah,
Like,
but
it can get worse. For me, I don't see that it can get worse because I would never step foot, no disrespect, in Illinois. Wifey love it. I'm like, nah, I don't see the love for Illinois like she see it, like the big pizza. I'm like, good for them. I don't see it. So I feel they need to do something so people can start wanting to visit there. I would never step foot in there.
But they could have did something better. They could have did something better.
But it's easy to say that when you're not giving them those ideas, where you're not going into office and making it better. It's easy to say that. You can always say that.
Yeah,
Right,
but
you also
why?
have to think
Here's
about-
my question. Why not? Also, because the way it looked like they wrote this bill, it was a bunch of Democrats that got together and wrote this bill. Why not had put Republicans also in there to speak about this bill? Because I understand people will be like, yeah, I'm Democrat, but I'm Democrat. Yeah, but you got to find that balance. You need that balance in there because one is going to check the other on certain things.
Yeah.
And for the longest, Democrats are known to play on, let's keep it 100, black and minority communities' emotions and feelings. So if you want to get that vote, feel like here's the thing, because the way I see it, this is definitely gonna hurt Black and minority communities the most. That's the way that I see it, or whatever. Because let's be real, the prisons are overpopulated with mainly Black folks in there, Black than any other race. But you hear Democrats always make Blacks feel like, yo, it's not you. Your decision is not your problem. It's the system's problem. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Satij? Yeah, I think it might be your phone, brother, because I don't hear nothing either right now either. Okay, now I can hear you.
Make sure y'all hit that like button. Subscribe.
Oh, okay. All right. So hold on. Hold on. Let me put you on speaker.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
First of all, I want to apologize to you guys for stopping the show, trying to log in. So I appreciate your patience, and I'm so sorry for messing up your flow.
It's all good, brother.
Also appreciate you guys letting me on the show in the first place, because I just got a few points I want to make. I think you guys covered the first point, but I think it's important that your audience understands the law that you read out. Everything that's X'd out I got that law from the Ohio legislative website, and that's common. That's how you actually amend laws. You have to cross out what was there before, so everybody can see what existed before, and whatever's left is the actual enforceable law. So what I wanted you to read out of that was basically like 5 lines.
Okay.
Because that's pretty much what was not crossed out. And it basically showed that in that second hearing, you only can determine if your only metric is this person a danger to a person or persons? There's no community mentioned in that. And how it works is you get arrested, the police bring you before the judge. And in New York, we call it an arraignment. I don't know what they call it in Ohio, but it's pretty much the same thing. And the police and the district attorney saying, hey, we're charging this guy with this. The judge at that point can consider whether the person is a danger to a person, persons, or the community in that initial appearance. So now if they say, hey, you're a danger to the community, you're not locked up. But then there's a second hearing that the district attorney has to have to keep you in that prison. And in that second hearing, it's almost like a mini trial where the prosecution can call witnesses, they can call people who live in the community, they can call your victim, and then you have the right to cross-examine these people and debunk the fact that you're a danger. And in that second hearing, the only metric that they can use is, are you a danger to a person or persons? And I think that's the big thing now. Could that be changed? Absolutely. But it's not right now. And this is actual law. This is not proposed law. This law has been signed into law, and it's just said the only difference is that the start date is January 2023. But it is, in fact, law. It's not them thinking about what to do. They've already signed it. It's ready to go. They just said, we're signing this into law, and it's going to start in January of 2023. So could they fix it? Could they amend it? Absolutely. But they haven't yet, and the year is almost over.
And that's what I was pointing out earlier too.
Now, I can't hear anybody. So
Hold
if
on.
anybody has a question for me,
Hold on. Let me I'm gonna have it play through the speaker. Give me a second so that they can hear you. Audio speaker. All right, speak. Can y'all see if you can hear, see if Satij can hear y'all?
You can hear me?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. And it's so funny because once he was reading, I was like, hey, the crossed out stuff is not that's the not valid part. So I did point that out. And then the other thing too is it's the only part of it that didn't go into effect is the no cash bail one. Because everything else, like you said, it went into effect February of this year. So everything else that I read off.
And I want to, that's really good that you brought that up, because the Safety Act is 700 pages, over 700 pages, actually almost over 800 pages in its totality. And only a small part of it is bail reform. And even I make that mistake, and I appreciate you, Erica, for saying that. we just talk about the bail reform part of the Safety Act. The Safety Act is actually pretty good. There's a lot of provisions in there to protect citizens from corrupt police officers, process, all the different things. It's a really good law if you're about police reform. You guys know I did internal affairs for a very long time in a previous life. I'm all about accountability. I locked a lot of cops up, a lot of correction officers up for corrupt conduct.
And just to give the audience, a heads up, Strategic will cover videos on police officers that do bad policing. So don't take it as he has a biased perspective. He call a spade a spade.
Appreciate that, man.
No
Absolutely. But like Erica said, even I make that mistake. This is a good law in its totality, but there's a provision in it that I believe that will hurt the African American community primarily. Minority communities, because you're going to release these bad actors back into the community, assuming that they're going to stop committing crime. And what we've seen time and time again in places like New York, Atlanta, Georgia, St. Louis, and other places where they engage in criminal justice reform, these people don't stop the crime. They keep victimizing the same communities that these laws are supposed to bring equity to. It's regressive, it's not productive, and it's basically perp reform because none of these acts actually do anything to help real victims, in my opinion.
Let me ask you one question.
Sure.
What's up, Strategic? I got one question.
What's up, man? Big fan of yours, man. I love the dynamic you bring to the show, man.
Thank you. I got a quick question for you. What was the significance of removing any before person or persons? What was the significance to that?
Like, so can you say? I remember I'm on the speakerphone. Say that one more time.
Because the document you sent, it said any persons, and then they striked out any, and then they left it to person or persons. Why was that significant to them? Like, what does it now entail that the way they wrote it before was wrong, was incorrect? Like, what was the difference in between that, the wordings?
I think and this is just my opinion, of course we need the actual lawmakers to tell us what their intent was. But I can tell you from somebody who deals with the law often what my opinion is on it. When you say any persons, you're now giving leeway for the judges and the district attorneys to once again paint this person with a broad brush that they can hurt anyone. By removing any, you make it specific. Remember, the more specific, the more narrow the law is, the harder it is for you to prove that this person is not deserving of bail or no bail, actually, of being released. Because remember, they're eliminating cash bail. So it's either you're in or you're out. There is no bail for anybody. It's either you are dangerous and you have to stay in prison, or you are capable of going back into the community until your case is adjudicated. So by removing any person, once we're narrowing it to just the people who are directly affected by this criminal. And the more narrow it is, the easier it is for somebody to get out. So, we use the second degree murder with the domestic violence situation. Oftentimes when people do these heinous crimes, because I cover them a lot, I'll have family members and friends contact me and say, hey, this guy was a really nice guy. I'd never think he'd do that. Now think about that in Ohio. You're going to have 1,000 people coming and testify that this is a good guy and he has never shown himself to be dangerous, right? And then the prosecutor will just be able to say, well, his victim is a person that, he's a threat to, and they're dead. So what proof can you give that if you release him, he's going to hurt somebody else? When the only person he wanted to hurt was that ex-girlfriend or that ex-wife or that wife. You understand? So I think by removing any, it makes it very narrow. It makes it only affect the people who are part of the crime. And if you cannot prove that this person is still a danger to those people, then you have to let them go.
Yep. And what do we notice with like a lot of criminals, whatever? I just read an article about a sex offender who went to undercover cop. He thought he was talking to a hitman and was like, yo, kill this 12-year-old girl. I want her dead. I'll pay you $200. So when these people are in there, they'll try and set it up to take out whoever that person is that they're a threat, because what do they say? Dead bodies don't talk. So once
if you take your example, and you're a district attorney trying to argue that this person doesn't deserve bail, the only person this individual wanted to kill was that 12-year-old.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, I guess you could make the argument that there's still a danger to that 12-year-old because the 12-year-old is still alive. The hitman didn't get him. Let's use our imaginations.
Yeah.
Didn't get him. But still, you're arguing not that this person is capable of doing it to anybody else. You're solely arguing, and you might win that argument, but you're solely arguing whether or not there's still a danger to that person that they wanted to commit the crime against.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's right there, black and white. And I don't know if you want to, but even for your own reading, if you read that page that I sent you, and I'll actually email you the entire law. But if you read that page again without the lined out words, it will be perfectly clear that this is only for the persons and the persons. And that is the most up-to-date law. That is the law that was signed into law. That's from the not the Illinois, but the Ohio website. It's Illinois, right? No, it's not Ohio.
Yeah, it's Illinois. Yeah, Illinois. Yeah. Yep.
It's from their website.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, that was an excellent breakdown, man. Excellent breakdown. Definitely appreciate it, man. Do y'all got any other questions for Strategic?
No,
I did have a follow-up. I just wanted to know if from hearing what he just said, and then not conspiracy theorist based or anything like that, but could it possibly be that they would allow something like this so it can get chaotic, so they can have a reason to clean it up? Because Chicago was terrible and nothing was being done. Like, that couldn't be a reason.
I don't. That's a good question. Very good question. I don't think it's a conspiracy question at all. I think it's a very valid question because when you see all this stuff happening, I mean, it's only natural to ask, is there an ulterior motive? Because, clearly we have the capability. We put people on the moon. We created atomic bombs and nuclear energy. We have the ability to solve these things. It seems like these politicians oftentimes have no desire to do that. I don't think it is. I think what it is I think that there is a very liberal faction that has been louder than everybody else in our political discord in the last few years. And I think these folks really wholeheartedly believe that these are the solutions. If you really listen to these activists talk, they believe that a lot of these issues are caused not because people are just evil, but because they lack opportunity and investment. And they try and make change wherever they can. And it's easier to change this law and give people an opportunity to be free than to convince a legislature to spend, $30 billion on improving the schools. Than to give something like reparations, if that's what people, those things are hard to do. But what is easy to do is a criminal justice reform. Because if people are really serious and to understand what you're saying is, or to agree with what you're saying is that if people really wanted to make change, you would see this law, and then you'd see all these other programs to prevent people from actually getting in contact with the criminal justice system. It seems like they want to just help people when they get in contact, but they don't want to do anything to stop people from being a part of the justice system in the first place. So I don't know if they want to clean it up. I think that it's just really radical folks who think that they're doing God's work.
I agree. I could agree with that. And I like the point that you made too, because you're right. In any community, if you want to build it back up, you have to give the folks in that community a way out.
Yeah.
You got to give them a way out. So if there's no way out, it's like you're going to go right back to what it is that because it's comfortable for you.
Right.
I'll
give you a good example, and then I'll go if you guys don't have anything else for me.
All right.
When I worked in the prison system, they started giving college that was paid for by the state of New York. And these guys, man, a lot of them were doing some serious time. They took that shit seriously, man. Thugs and gangsters became scholars. They loved it. They went to every class. They wrote compelling essays. They were impressing these professors. And then when they were released, they were not recidivism. They weren't going back to prison. They were getting good jobs. And then people in New York revolted. And they said, whoa. I can't afford to send my kid to school. What I got to do, send them to go rob a bank so they could go to a New York State prison and then get their college degree there for free? This is not fair. Our tax dollars should be used for that. and they stopped the program, even though it worked. Nobody wanted to spend their money on it, even though it meant that you would not have hardened criminals going back to prison. Now, the good thing is that the program, although it was scaled back because at first it had state funding, now it doesn't. It's still going on because private organizations are donating money and they still have those great outcomes, but it's dramatically scaled back. Why? Because people didn't have the will to invest in these folks. And that's the issue. Nobody has the will to go into O Block and say, you know what? Your schools are going to get fully funded. And not only are we going to give you good schools, we're going to give you trade schools to make sure that for those of you who math and science is not your thing, maybe fixing a washing machine, rebuilding an engine and installing an AC is your thing, or bricklaying is your thing. These are all needed jobs, plumbing, electrical. They're not going to do that because it's going to cost money. And nobody wants to spend on anybody else in America unless they spend it for a tax break.
Yeah.
Or some bombs.
Yeah. Facts. That
The
yo,
answer
that
is always going to be pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Well, guess what? That doesn't work. And that's a right-wing philosophy. That doesn't work. And on the left side, let everybody go. That doesn't work either. But nobody wants to meet up in the middle and have centrist, sensible, ideas that are tried and true because they cost money.
Yeah. Well said. And that was a phenomenal program too in New York. I remember that too. Cats would get locked up and go to college, get degrees and stuff. Yeah, come out and actually make a
Mercy College, Columbia
Yep.
University.
Yep.
That's an Ivy League school. They come out with a degree from Columbia.
Yep.
The same degree Barack Obama had.
But you know
nobody
what?
wants to spend.
If you want somebody who is a criminal to come out reformed, that's how you do it.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
Correct.
You give them the opportunity.
Yes, but the flip side is you have people outside who want the opportunity and weren't able to get it either. So like there was no meat in the middle.
This is where I
You
think
had
that
struggling people who needed the help and they were not getting the same opportunities when they were trying to be productive members of society.
and this is where the politicians, I believe what they should have done was try to come up with a way to make community colleges free then.
That's true.
You get what I'm saying? That would have made everybody happy. You want to go into these expensive colleges? That's on you. But we have these community colleges set up for you nice and free. Everybody's happy. But yeah. Yeah, man. I appreciate you being on this call, Strategic, man. Appreciate it. Definitely drop some knowledge on it, brother. Definitely drop some knowledge. And we definitely got to do another collaboration soon, brother.
Of course.
Definitely.
Of course.
Definitely.
Pleasure,
And yo,
next time let's get my guy in the room over here too.
I got you. Now, before I let you go, are you believing me now that I told you I see your channel blowing up? I've been telling you that for the longest, and you like, I don't know, man. I'm like, yo, trust me, your channel, I see it, brother, and that's what's happening. So, congratulations on that, brother.
I appreciate you.
No
man.
doubt,
Thank you
no
so
doubt,
much, man.
no doubt, man. All right, man. Thanks for
All right.
calling
See
in,
you
brother.
later, kid.
All right.
Good night.
All right, yeah. So yeah, that was Strategic Eyes. Definitely subscribe to his channel. Definitely a very informative channel. Definitely great. Like whenever I go to this channel, I always walk away hearing something like, yo, gaining knowledge, like, yo, wow, I never knew that. I never knew this. Active duty police officer, definitely drop gems for everybody. Break down, police encounters. Was it justified? Was it not justified? So yeah, definitely check out his channel. Great information. And yeah, June, next collaboration. We definitely gotta have you on, man. Definitely gotta have you on. But all right. So do y'all predict, like, after hearing all this information, what is your final stance on this act for everybody?
For me to start, I like that there's a start. I feel like over the years they're probably gonna have to tweak it a little bit, probably. But like I said, there are definitely some good gems that came out of this.
Oh, okay. I thought you was gonna say something else.
I lost my train of thought. I'm not even gonna lie.
All
I had it was right there and then it just stopped. I was like, you know what? We're just going to Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
All right, go ahead, June.
Well, for me, it depends. I'm research based, so I'd like to see after a few months to see how it goes. If it was bad, I'd say like change something or go back or do something. But I would want to see. I want them to do something with Illinois. I want them to do something. So I didn't like the wordings I was seeing because it seemed like, okay, now I don't trust them. Especially, no offense to Black Lives Matter. I don't know anything about them, but I'm skeptical because when I hear things, I'm like, let me just let me hear if it's, So when
Yeah.
y'all started saying they was involved, I started paying attention to the wording, and it just seemed suspicious to me what I was reading. It seemed like there's an agenda in there, and I didn't appreciate that.
Got you. Like I said, the main thing is I understand the cash, taking out the bail reform and everything, but certain crimes I saw in there just draws a red flag to me. That's the issue that I have. Like, but hopefully June, you hit the nail on the coffin with the idea that you have that they want anarchy to break out and then they could go back and correct it. I'm not wishing anarchy, but if that's what their agenda is and it goes according to their agenda and it winds up making things for the better, so basically through gray skies come blue, then it is what it is. They got their agenda and they made it work.
I feel
So
bad for people out in
yeah,
Illinois.
man, definitely. Say, yo, people in Illinois, yo, stay safe. Stay safe, cause January 1st, I'm bracing for you, everybody. Y'all definitely will be in my prayers. Definitely. Hey, hopefully it works. You never know. Hopefully it works. Wishful thinking. But me personally, I'm like, yo, man, I see. Whew, I'm bracing. Erica, you look like you was about to say something.
Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. So we're gonna transition to the next topic of the day. And the next topic of the day is about a teenager. Her name is Pieper Lewis from Des Moines, and she's convicted of killing her rapist. So let me read this article just to give you a backstory on exactly what happened. Let me see. Okay, so um Pieper Lewis was sentenced to probation instead of prison September 13th of 2020 for killing a man she said repeatedly raped her. Lewis, now 17, pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter and willful injury after killing Zachary Brooks, a 37-year-old father of three, who she said sexually assaulted her multiple times in the weeks leading up to the killing. She had to face 20 years in prison. Lewis, at the time, was 15 years old, stabbed Brooks to death using a knife she found on a bedside table in Brooks' apartment after another alleged assault in the early hours of June 1st. After running away from what Lewis said was an abusive relationship with her mother early in 2020, Lewis lived for a short time with a 28-year-old small-time musician she called her boyfriend, who she says forced her into having sex with older men for money. Now, the way it happened, the way she met this 20-year-old man was when she left her abusive mother, she was sleeping in the hallway. So this 28-year-old saw her in the hallway and wind up taking her in. So prosecutors never disputed claims that Lewis was sexually assaulted or trafficked. So as you read, as it breaks down in the article, she basically was, sex trafficked. Men were paying. Her boyfriend basically had men paying to sleep with her, and she wound up taking the law into her own hands and wind up stabbing this guy. Now, for her conviction, she wind up paying. Well, they said she has to pay $150,000 fine, and with that came some other stipulations, which I will play for you guys. I thought I had it queued up, but clearly I didn't. Let me cue it up for you guys. All right, so share the screen. right. Sorry, wrong screen. Give me a second. But in the meantime, with her facing these charges, what I will say is finally the community stepped out to actually help this little girl who was, sex trafficked. They started a GoFundMe for this girl, for this teen, and it raised over $350,000 to help her pay for her, for her legal fees.
Oh, I pulled it up. It's over 500,000 now.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that is bananas. But the problem is the lawyer doesn't know if she can use those funds to pay the fees though. So like that's another
Yeah.
thing. It's like you have to see if she can use funds that are donated to her. But yeah, it's over 500,000 at this point.
All right. So let me play this video clip for you guys. And I kind of don't like what the judge sentenced her to, but check it out.
Teenage sex trafficking victim has now been sentenced after police say she killed her alleged abuser. Now, according to officials, Pieper Lewis ran away from home to escape her abusive adoptive mother.
Yeah, the team says that she was sleeping in the hall of an apartment building when a man took her in and began trafficking her to other men. Fox's John had this story.
A teenager from Iowa who killed one of the men accused of trafficking and rape to 5 years probation and ordered to pay the family of her abuser $150,000 in restitution. Pieper Lewis was 15 years old when she stabbed 37-year-old Zachary Brooks more than 30 times back in June of 2020. Prosecutors say they're not disputing that Lewis was a human trafficking victim, but say the teen was not in any immediate danger because Brooks was asleep when he was killed. On Tuesday, the now 17-year-old said she had no choice.
I know I made poor decisions that day.
What were they?
Getting in the car, walking into the house. As much as I wish I hadn't, being in that lifestyle, you're not always thinking, I don't know, it's about survival.
Lewis pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter and willful injury. Both charges were punishable by up to 10 years in prison. Under Iowa law, restitution is mandatory, and the state is not among the dozens with a safe harbor law, which gives trafficking victims some level of criminal immunity. The teen's probation will be closely monitored. She'll spend the duration of her sentence at a halfway house and will have to complete 200 hours of community service. Lewis will not be eligible for early release, and if she violates the terms of her probation, she could face up to 20 years in prison.
One of the things that the judge was saying, like during this sentencing, is my bad. One of the things that the judge was saying that I didn't agree with was with her community service. He was saying this woman has a story to tell and she can share it with everybody. And I'm like, why would a person want to share a traumatizing experience like that? You get what I'm saying? Like, I understand you can tell your story, but let it be up to that person when they decide they want to share that story. But aside from that, going over this, man, my question is not my question, but my thing is, whoever this woman's lawyer is, girl's lawyer is, I believe that lawyer failed her. Because for you to be sex trafficked, which basically she's saying she felt like she was violated, and that's basically rape. In a nutshell, the man was raping her because she's underage, so she was being raped. And granted that the man was sleeping, I took it as that was the opportunity that she saw she could actually get away from what she was going through when this guy was sleeping, so she took advantage of it as her means of escape. But I don't know, man. I feel the criminal justice system definitely failed her. Like, I don't believe that she should have been charged. That's just my opinion, because she was going to face those years, but it was due to public outcry that they lowered it down where she got probation and got slapped with that fine and everything like that. But initially, she was scheduled to do the 10 years or whatever. So
Correct. But like they pointed out, you have states that have safe harbor laws. That's one of those things. The people in those areas, if they had those laws in place, those are things the lawyer would have been able to use. You didn't have that. Second, like you said, she left an abusive think about it. She was a ward of the state. And I'm not, think about it. You were a ward of a state. That means one or two things would have happened. When she left the abusive foster mom, for her age, she could have either processed out the system. They could have classified you as a runaway. Like they look at these kids as being disposable sometimes. And because they look at them that way, there's really no help out there for them. It's like, okay, you have age, okay, you phased out, you go figure out the rest of your life. This is a kid. She's on trial. You 17 years old. You at 15 you were trafficked. Nobody stood up for you. No, like, so who failed you at that point? Because at 15, when you walked out of an abusive foster home, you should have either found more placement. They should have given you some skill. They could have done something to help. So that meant the foster mom failed you. That meant the system that was in place failed you. And then you, instead of you sleeping on the street, you decided you're going to sleep at somebody's house that is more than 20 years older than you. That's a problem. And all he saw was, oh, you need a place to stay? Okay. You need to make me some money while you stay here, because the rent still got to get paid. The food that I'm feeding you still got to get, you still got to eat, and it's still money that got to come out. The clothing, you're 15. A lot of times a 15-year-old is not working because you're in school. You can't support yourself as an adult at 15 unless you got working papers or you're emancipated. That's the only way that you're going to be able to go out and get a job. And on top of that, you can only work a certain amount of hours as a minor. But on the flip side, yes, do I feel like the judge could have did some more stuff about it? Yes. Do I feel like this man's family is owed restitution? No, because I feel like the act that he was doing might have offsetted the fact that she took his life. And unfortunately, like I looked up this law, that $150,000 is for anybody. Like there is no sliding scale on that. It's if based off of the charge that she pled guilty to, that $150,000 is the ramification.
I get all that, but and I get, like, that's the law or whatever, but does that make it right?
It doesn't, but guess what?
Morally, that doesn't make it right whatsoever. Like for a child to be sex trafficked, because let's be real, a child that young to be sex trafficked, you are manipulated. There's a reason why that's a minor. And if a person get caught with a minor, so to speak, that person get in trouble. The minor doesn't get in trouble. The person who did XYZ gets in trouble. So it's like, how can you hold a minor responsible from like to do whatever means necessary to survive being abused
Correct.
over and over? But go ahead, June.
Well, first, can you answer this? Because you said who told her to tell her story. That's what I want to know first.
The judge.
Judge when he was sentencing her.
When he was sentencing her.
Okay. Now, when you said she was abused over and over, some kids, because we do not know, some kids you may tell them to do certain things and they feel like you're abusing them, like you're stressing them out, you're doing this, you're doing that. I don't know what her situation was with her mom, but she made the decision she'd rather live with that guy opposed to being with her mom. She said that abused her. We don't know about this. So, and the judge was like, tell your story. Maybe you can convince somebody to feel bad for you, where they raising a lot of money now, right? That's what I think you said, $500,000 they raised.
The judge was saying, tell your story during your community service. As part of your community service, tell your story, not in the courtroom.
Oh, tell your story while doing community service.
Yes, that's what I'm like. Yo,
But
And
how
if
do you
I'm not mistaken, it's like 200 hours,
a
something like
year,
a
a
year or
year
something
for
like that,
3 years?
for
And
3
he
years.
was like,
So
yeah, for your community service, tell your story. There's a lot of people. How do you know she's ready to tell, speak about that in front of people?
is that part of her punishment?
Her community service,
Yeah.
it's not mandatory for her to speak on that, but he's saying, yo, for your community service, speak on this amongst people. You get what I'm saying? Like he said it as, a suggestion.
Okay, so she doesn't have to.
I don't believe she does.
Okay,
I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. I don't believe she does.
but either or, she took somebody's life and she settled. If that's part of what you settled to, ain't nothing wrong with that. If that's what you settled to, how is anybody going to be mad at that? I just feel like if she was sex trafficked, like I understand why she felt like she'd have to kill him because I may run away, but you may know how to get in contact with me, so my life is still in danger. Like Tina Turner, when she escaped Ike, her life was still in danger, essentially. So for me, when I was watching that movie when I was young, I was like, yo, she got to kill him while he's sleeping. That's what I always thought. While he's sleeping, you got to take his life. So I understand why she did it, but she killed somebody. So
But here's the thing though. Whenever it comes to minors making decisions,
Mhm.
it's always never never the minor's fault, so to speak. Where like if your kid is skipping school, they hold the parents accountable, stuff
Yeah.
like this. Now, granted, I understand if a minor just take a gun and shoot somebody, they still try and hold whoever's gun it is accountable because that's a minor.
Okay.
So my thing is, in a case like this, if there's other exceptions where it's like, yeah, somebody else got to be accountable because at the end of the day, it is a minor for the decision they made, and it wasn't like she just brazenly picked up a gun and shot somebody. It was, in a sense, so one could argue self-defense.
But
So
that's
that's why. So that, huh?
picking up the gun and being brazen.
No, I'm just saying one can argue that. You get what I'm saying? One can argue that it was self-defense because, like you said, if she felt, yo,
Okay.
if I try and run away, they can get me or know I'm. That's self-defense. You're acting in self-defense because you. Go
They can
ahead.
they can also say it isn't self-defense because you had an opportunity, depending on the state and so forth, you can escape. So if you can escape, there's no stand your ground here, and he
That's
wasn't
a
pinning you against the wall or anything.
that's a lot of responsibility and thought process that you're putting into a minor.
I mean, you take a life, things change. Like I think
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
let
But here's my question: you think a minor is actually gonna think, "Dag, if I take his life, if I shouldn't take his life because it is." No, if a minor isn't feel like they're in danger, like that, like where they're being raped physically, you get what I'm saying? Yeah, they're gonna think this is how to defend
Walls.
myself.
As a
Yeah,
minor, you're telling me the person fall asleep. You're not going to try to run out of that crib. Like you're not going to think as a minor. You're not going to think first. I got the chance to escape. I'm going to escape. You're going to think, let me try to kill this person while they're sleeping. As a minor,
but
if
you
that if that I'll let you go real quick, Erica, but I'll say this. If that person is saying to a minor, yo, you leave this house, whatever, it's gonna be XYZ, whatever. Because think about it. You have kids now. If I say to my kid, word is born, you leave this house, it's gonna be such and such. Like I threaten him. And that kid's mind, he feels like, yo, I'm threatened. Now, if I was abusing this kid and I was telling him this, that, and the third, yo, you lose, I'm gonna whatchamacallit, yeah, it might push that kid to the corner, like, yo, I need to escape from this abuse. So once he fall asleep, I'm gonna take him out. So that's what I'm saying. With a minor, it like they don't process everything like that, like how you are as you're an adult. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, Erica.
you also have to look at her background. She was adopted early on. So you talking you
Trauma.
bio mom and dad not there. You were adopted as a baby. So the people that fostered you adopted you. So think about it. You don't know what went on in that household either. But you went from being, because like I said, they classify her as a runaway. So if you're classified as a runaway, that means mom and dad tried to find you. Mom and dad, contacted the police station. She ran away. not, hey, my kid was taken. So think about it. Like I said, that forgotten class of kids. You almost brought all of the other things onto yourself because instead of you staying at home and trying to finish out to your 18, you decided, I'm gonna run away at 15. You then went to somebody, like I said, somebody who's a lot older than you. Obviously, you doing something to have a place to stay. You can't feed
But
yourself. You can't clothe yourself. So it's like you have to look at that stuff too. She was dependent on her abuser.
but
So
Erica,
because God,
but here's a question though, like a kid may think they know better and will
correct.
just make that decision, whatever. Like, think about it. Like my son, when he's in trouble, there's times where he'll think like the most weirdest stuff where you're like, yo, where did this come from when he's in trouble? So if a kid is thinking the weirdest things, whatever, like, yo, like I'm just throwing it out there, like, but like, yo, I'm gonna leave this house because I can't get my tablet or something. In their mind, they thinking that is gonna be a good idea. And even if you're like, yo, you go out there, trust me, ain't nobody gonna love you like me, and because I'm your biological parent, yada yada, this, that, and the third. But in their mind, it still makes sense with them thinking like that because they're a child.
Correct, but that's the problem though. It's like at what point was somebody going to help? You ran away. You didn't get help when you ran away. You ran away to somebody 20 years older than you who obviously took you in with not the best intentions. So then it's like, okay, and your mind know where are you going? Are you going back to your foster family? Because think about
Yeah,
it. It's the difference between staying at this dude house or being on the street.
I don't think y'all. I
What are
don't
you
think you're.
choosing?
I don't think you're understanding the magnitude of it because if a 28-year-old takes in a 15-year-old and the 18-year-old take the 15-year-old and giving her freedom and all of this stuff like this, it's easy to manipulate that child to think, yo, this is better than what I had before.
Correct. And
Once you show that introduction of this is a better life, it's like now I got you. And once you manipulate and slowly start bringing in, hey, you should do this and you should do that, and start manipulating her into the actual sex trafficking. In her mind, she could be thinking, all right, well, he since he's my guardian and brought me in, maybe he's looking in my best interest. It's not till afterwards she realized, yo, this is not what I thought it was. You
correct.
get
And
what I'm
that's what
saying?
I
So
but
that's what
that's
I'm
what I was
saying.
saying.
It's
I
like,
brought all of those points up because if you don't have that structure to go back to, there's nothing else. It's the streets or him. You're gonna stay with him or fight him back, or in your mind, something went off and it's like, yo, you made me do something. Like there you understand why there was a justification for it when you look at the background. But the flip side too is it's like, yo, this is a blemish that's always going to be there. It don't matter how much extra stuff you do, you still pled guilty to this. You still got to
yeah,
deal with the consequences of this. Yes, you still got a long life and could probably have a productive life, but you already set yourself up. You already 150K in the hole, and 150,000. You know, some people that's college tuition that they in a hole for. That's a house that they in a hole for. You in a hole and you ain't even got the skills to go get a job to get yourself out the hole.
this is what I'm honestly hoping. I'm hoping that a good lawyer, sees this woman's story and look to take up her appeal and wind up getting it overturned. Kind of like that black lawyer, that black woman who got, I forgot what that gentleman's name is. I want to look it up, but there was a guy who was locked up for X amount of years, and this lawyer saw his case, a black woman, and took the case free of charge because she didn't like what she read and the parameters of the case, like all the details and everything like that. She saw things didn't add up. So with that being said, she wound up taking this man's case and got him free. Even though he lost a lot of years for his life, but still he won his appeal. And I'm hoping that a lawyer could look at this woman's case and do something similar.
But you have to think about it. If you go back through trial, let's say it comes out with a worse outcome. Like you have to be on both sides of it. Yes, is she serving jail time? No. Is she on probation for the next 5 years? Yes. Did you get a hefty fine? Yes. These are also things, if she serves her sentence, she can maybe see about getting it expunged when it's completed, because this happened when she was a minor. I don't know if they charged her as an adult or not, because those are things that I couldn't find out about. I don't know if she's charged as an adult or if she's charged as a minor. You were 15 when it happened. So if you're charged as a minor, maybe this is something like, even though with media her name is already out there, but maybe these are things that won't hold her back later in life.
Yeah. Nah, I was seeing if I can find that article, which I think I did. And Thomas Raynard James has been in prison 30 years by the time Natalie Figures, a lawyer only 2 years out of law school, was approached by friends of his who were raising money for his defense. Yeah. And she basically got him, got his freedom after 30 years. So that's why I'm saying I hope a lawyer see this woman's, this girl's story, fight for her and get her, freedom. All right. What, June, just your final take on it. Do you feel like, even though they did everything acquiesced to the law, do you feel like it was right or justified?
I feel her lawyer may have failed her, like out of everybody. If she's innocent, her lawyer failed her because she could have been a girl. And I'm just saying this is a situation because I worked with teens who were really bad. You said adults are manipulative. They are also teenagers.
They are.
So she could have been like, you know what? I want to get out of my house. So I hollered at this dude. And she's the one running all that game. We don't know. But I'm just going to assume she wasn't doing that. So I feel her lawyer failed her. They need to press charges to investigate to see if she did do that or not. Because she could have done that, got in this person's house and killed them, just trying to be a manipulator. But I think her lawyer failed her. I think she was sex trafficked and all that. So they failed her.
Got you. That's a fair point too. That's a fair point. I could give you that. That's a fair point. All right. We'll see what happens, if they're gonna appeal and kind of go from there. So all right. So the next subject of the day is the Black Little Mermaid. People are giving a lot of pushback on Little Mermaid being black. Let me pull up this article, and it's crazy too because this one article, a person on TikTok who felt disrespected by it actually like took to Twitter and used AI to recreate the intro and put a white made the Ariel white again, which I'll play for you guys right now, guys and gals. Right here. So this is it. The bottom one, of course, is Ariel, Halle Bailey, and the top one was digitally edited. But yeah, that's what he did on Twitter. And once he did that, they automatically shut his Twitter down because they found it as offensive. It says the Twitter decided two users could not be part of their world after an artificial intelligence scientist whitewashed actress Halle Bailey in the Little Mermaid trailer. In addition to suspending their respective accounts, the AI guy has been blasted by other users on the site for digitally replacing Bailey, who is black, with a fake white actress. Now, people can have different emotions on it, but this was the response when a black when black kids like this viral. There's a lot of black kids who were seeing this and they were like, "Oh wow!" But here's one that stood out to me, which I'll play for you guys.
Why can't we see your face?
They're about to show it. Keep watching.
Oh, she's black! Oh my god! Yes, 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 yes! Oh my god! Mermaid! Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Yes! A black mermaid! Let's go! It's a cute black mermaid. Oh my god!
So yeah, that was a lot of reaction from a lot of kids when they saw this black area. Now, before I let you guys go, I just want to say this. I'm kind of torn on it. The reason why I'm torn is because I can understand with Disney, because let's face it, we sit here and be like, yo, why are they putting, LBGTQ community and everything or whatever. So we can't accept that and then turn around when they have a black character playing Ariel be up in arms. And just to note one thing too, when they played that when they played that on YouTube, like the trailer, it had over 1.5 million thumbs downs. And YouTube eventually took away the option for the thumbs down and everything like that. So we hear a lot of vitriol about LGBTQ community being in movies and stuff like this, and there's pushback to it, whatever. But it's more so like, dag, every movie, we see them in there. Every movie you pushing the agenda, yada yada. But it's cool. But yeah, the only other time they had a black, when they switched up a black character, which Bisarco was telling me about before we started the stream, was the Cinderella with Brandy. But that was just like what was it? It was a TV special.
It was a TV special. It was
Yeah.
in like 1997.
96. Yeah,
Well,
something
think
like
about it. The kids nowadays won't remember that. That's
yeah,
something that I saw growing up.
exactly.
But, if I, don't have the old, because remember, this is VHS days. So if I don't still have the VHS, or they don't put it on Disney Plus, or I don't go out and buy the DVD, my children wouldn't know about it.
Now, here's where I say I'm torn, is because I can get it why some people might be up in arms, because even, let's just say, for the sake of argument, I'm a comics fan, DC, Marvel. For the longest, I know Superman is a white character, blue eyes, whatever. Now, if they come out with a black Superman, for me, I might feel offended. Like, why y'all trying to change this up just for the sake of trying to appease? You get what I'm saying? Like, this is who this character was, and that's that. It's just like, the reason why I say that, let's look at that, because Superman was a character that symbolizes, like, that was one of the first superheroes, so to speak. The reason why I'm giving a pushback for that, where I'm like, I wouldn't feel offended, but I would be like, yo, why are you doing this? Leave them as the same. Because let's flip the script. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, they take Black Panther and now make a white person Black Panther. It's gonna be like, why are you doing this? This makes absolutely, you get what I'm saying? So I can get where a lot of people will be like, yo, this is Ariel was a white mermaid or whatever, yada yada. Why are we switching this up?
That was
It could have, it is different, but it could have been like, how about make Little Mermaid sequel where, I don't, because they had a Little Mermaid part 2 or whatever, where she had a daughter. Why not make it Little Mermaid 3, where the daughter got with a black man, and now they had a dark colored, a mixed child, but darker skin complexion, something like that, some kind of like explanation on why XYZ. Now, again, I'm happy that Disney is incorporating multicultural now finally in it, but I understand I understand where it's where a lot of people are saying, yo, why are you changing my stuff? And some of them might not be racially driven. It's just, yo, this is what I know, and why are you changing it? But at the same time, like I said, I appreciate it because seeing them black kids being happy, seeing like, yo, Ariel is actually black, to me, I loved it. I loved it. But I can understand the other side. What do you guys take on it?
I'm happy about it. You have to think about it. For a long time, there was not a Disney princess that looked like me. And I am, I grew up with dolls that didn't look like me. So do I want the representation? I do. Think about it. The only Disney princess that is of darker skin is Tiana. And that's all, her movie 2009. So you're talking, it's been years for something else. Think about it. You have Moana, who, when you look at the full gamut, you got Tiana, Moana, you have oh man, I'm drawing a blank on the other one right now. But like they have one princess to represent each culture. And then when you look at all of the other ones, you got blonde hair princesses, fair skin. You got redhead ones, you got black. I
Not
changed
not
it up.
not not to mention too, whenever it came to the bad guys, they were the ones who were the darker complexion.
Correct. And my thing
Yeah.
is, this is years in the making. Like, I don't have a problem with you doing that. But what I will tell you is, I want the doll. Like, I don't want you to just go, this is a movie. We're going to see if it's going to flop or not. I want all the merch to go with it. Because guess what? I got a little girl. I already bought all of them other princesses that she wants. I kind of want to buy this one too.
I want to see what June's reaction is because that's going to determine what my clapback is going to be. So let's hear what you got to say, June.
I figured. I, but the crazy part is, I agree with what both of y'all said, and
Okay.
I share yours a little more because I feel like I used to feel like the transgender agenda was too much in the face, but I also feel that with the black having to represent every movie, you need black person in somebody's face. It's like, why are you doing that? It's just making people say, I don't like it. I don't want my Wolverine black. I want him to look like a racist white man who lived in the That's what I want my Wolverine to look like.
With the brushy beard and
Don't change him. And I think the agenda now, I think them kids that was happy, it touched my heart. I was like, oh wow, they really noticed. But it made me think watching it now, it was like, is that the parents' agenda? Because when I was younger, I didn't realize I was underrepresented. I didn't understand that. I just knew wrestling was like they're going crazy, they slamming people. I didn't realize like that. There's only a couple. When I seen the black guy, I was like, oh, I got amped up, but I didn't really notice. I didn't pay attention. And them kids paying like, oh, she's black. It was like, what is going on now? Like the kids are actually like paying attention. Like it could be good, it could be bad. I don't know, but they're paying attention. So I feel like I don't want Ariel to be black, but I see what you were saying, Walls. They should have made it in a way where they could have had a different version because that's not Ariel. Ariel is a white girl. Even though the story make more sense for a black girl, the whole Ariel trying to become like that makes sense. But I want my Ariel to be what I remember, even with red hair. I think she had. That's what I want. I don't want anybody else. That was Ariel. And with Superman, there was a black Superman, though. I just want you to know in the comics. That was like there was a black Superman. So
but it was a story behind it though. Before, like you get what I'm saying? This is why I can go back to the debate that we had about Mondale Robinson, and this topic kind of brought clarity to it because I understand what you guys were saying about, the way you did it, being brazen in the face and everything like that. Yeah, you could have went a different way about doing it and everything. I concede. It could have been a different way about doing it where, you didn't have to say anything, or you could have just held a meeting, whatever. The only pushback I give about that, whatever, is black people always got to do things different ways, but that's another topic for another day. But I understand that aspect, and I can concede to it that you guys were right. It could have been a different way. That's why I said to not alienate people. You had a Little Mermaid 1 and 2, so why not just make it a Little Mermaid 3 where she met a black dude and now had a mixed child, but child is black, more black looking. Like they got more of the black side in them. So now you have a dark child. I think that way wouldn't have alienated a lot of people
But it sounds
as opposed to, huh?
but with you explaining it, it sounds like you don't have to get the Nikes. Just get the pony. Like they feel that's what it sounded like the way you explain. I don't want no pony.
Yeah. Yeah, but at the end of the day, how do you but you got like if you want to find a happy medium,
You can't.
give a back you can't, but well, I guess what I'm saying is if DC just said, you know what, we're gonna scrap DC, the new Superman is Black Superman. I'm gonna look at it like, nah, like that's not the Superman I know. But if you gave a story where Superman's son, married a black chick or whatever the case may be, like even Green Lantern. What happened? Green Lantern was white, whatever. He was gonna die or whatever, and he gave the Green Lantern ring to Hal Jordan. So now you have a black, like there was a story that led up to why this change. So at least if you have a story, it kind of like set people up where it's like, okay, yeah, I don't like it, but I understand it. But when you just change it for the sake of changing it, it's like, yo, all right. It's like say you have say you and your lady, whatever, right? Um, everything is good in the bedroom or whatever, and just out the blue, you're just like, you know what, man? I want to bring a woman in, another woman in, just to make things exciting. And in her mind, she's like, yo, everything was good. Like, what the hell? Like, now you saying my stuff isn't good? Like, what's that? Like, you blindsided her.
Now
Whereas
she's not gonna like it, regardless.
exactly. You see what I'm saying? But if it's a gradual process of talking it, she might be more receptive. Still, she could disagree with it and like, nah, but she's more respective where she don't feel like, yo, you just blindsided me with this dude. Like, what's up?
But whoa,
now you turned her off.
That's that chick. That's that dude that brought that chick to his baby mother's house with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
He blindsided her.
Yo, I like I said, I agree with y'all. The only part that she lost me was when she said you can't talk to you. She blocked. That's the only thing. So I agree. I conceded. I told y'all that. I conceded. Yo, y'all been double teaming me and been doing a good job at it. So you know what I mean? But yeah, so that's why I'm like, I can see where people were mad because they were blindsided. That's all I'm saying. Am I happy it's a black Ariel? Of course I'm happy. But I also can take into consideration why people would be blindsided. That's all.
But I got you another one though. You do realize the same thing happened a few years back with the movie Annie. Remember the curly hair?
Yeah.
They brought one out. So
Yeah.
it's like I feel like every few year, I'm gonna say on every 10-year average, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna throw that out there. Because think about it. When they did it for Brandy, that was 1997. When they did it for Annie, you had the same type of pushback. That was in 2013.
Y'all want to hear something crazy? I never watched the Brandy Cinderella, and I never watched the Annie with the black.
I seen Annie.
But
I never seen it.
But you also have to think about it. Those movies are targeted to little girls and their moms for them to have those experiences together. So
Before
those
you
are
go
all
on, I just gotta ask: does that mean I lose my black card?
No, I don't think that's my bad.
but go on, Erica. I just had to throw that in there as a joke. But go on.
But you have to think about it. I feel like those types of movies are targeted for people like me. Think about it. These are experiences that I want to share with my children, going up. You want the representation. When I go and buy dolls, I buy mixed dolls because guess what? I'm buying whatever dolls my kid is picking out. But do I secretly go buy one that look like me? Maybe she got straight hair. Maybe she got curly hair. Those are the ones that I want her to have, but I'm not going to tell her these are the only dolls that you can have. No, she loved her Disney princesses. And guess what? We probably got just about all of them. But, those are things that you have to do as a parent. You have to look and see, hey, maybe I need to find you some books that look like you to give you that representation too, because I don't always want you to just see one thing and that's it, because guess what? That puts other stigmas on that child too. But when it comes to Disney, it don't matter. She gonna tell you, I want every Disney costume and I'm putting them on because that's what she's into. She's you're a little girl who loves princesses. And it doesn't matter if it's Ariel, if it's Belle, if it's Tiana. She don't care. She just know they got a pretty dress and a crown. And secretly I'd be like, pick the one. Pick the one that I want you to pick. And it's like, no, mommy, I want to be Belle for Halloween. Like, but I like when you see the other representation too. And it's not that I want you to say I'm recreating the whole story. It's just they don't always show the others there, because if you like, I watched Little Mermaid. I was one of them first original ones go see it in IMAX in New York.
One of my
Parents.
favorite
So
movies.
I saw that when it first came out. But I also know if you watch the animated series, there are other mermaids that represent me. They just don't sell the other mermaids in the stores. So yes, like you're right. It could have been a different mermaid that they did a story about. It didn't have to be them remaking it. But guess what? I'm all for it, because if you look at any of these Disney movies, every 10 years you getting a new remake of it.
See, what Tanisha said, I actually like. I want representation too, but we need to create our own. That just divide us more. And I agree. That's why I'm like, yo, you should have just left well enough alone and just created a whole new character. Because that's what it comes down to. It just divides us more. To the
But that,
point that somebody actually created, recreated it. But what was you about to say, June?
yeah, but with the kids, how do the kids feel? Do they feel like Erica? Do they feel like, oh, there is a representation of me? Because if they
That
feel, it doesn't matter if we feel alienated. We already had our chance, and now we get to watch it in them. So does it matter how we feel? We're having
it
our. You go.
it doesn't matter how, like, I understand it matters to the kids, but would the kids feel any different if Disney just came out with a whole new movie with a black princess? They still would be gleeful.
Touche.
But that's the
But
thing
the
though.
thing is, you would have to sell the item also. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Yes.
But
and that's what it is. Think about it. The last one you had was Tiana in 2009. This is now 2022. I need a new princess. And I'm not saying that she has to be, she doesn't have to just be black. Think about it. Tiana was black from New Orleans. Maybe I get a different black. Think about it. You got Princess Jasmine. She's, of darker skin, but she looks like her representation. So it's like, give me something else then. I don't care if it's,
We can't.
I don't need another black girl story, but give me another princess that is not blonde and blue hair, blonde with
And
blue eyes.
look, this is something I gotta say. It's bad when this comes out before Disney actually make a doll that's a representation of us.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
A black doll with a BBL.
Now that's
Y'all see
foolery.
that, right? Yeah, that's definitely
Is it
foolery.
a BBL or is it just a black girl? Because
It's a black girl with a BBL.
I don't know if they're the ones that get the most BBLs, to be real with
But I understand that, but that's just a bad representation.
you. Yes, it's terrible.
Terrible representation.
Do you
You
know
get what I'm
who
saying?
made that doll? Because that's the first time I've seen that one.
I
So
don't I don't I don't know who made it. But
Crazy.
yeah. It's a BBL Barbie.
it's Mattel. So
So
the problem
are
with
you
Barbie is they
They
got a Barbie for
they
everything.
actually make they actually are you
They have
saying
a
they
Barbie
actually
for everything. I'm about to see.
you
I'm about
actually
to
make
check.
that? So we can't complain if there's transgender dolls. Nobody can complain about that because they need to
Oh,
represent.
there is.
Yeah,
Where
okay.
you been at? There is.
I don't know about things like that. I'm just saying.
Well, I
Uh-huh.
okay, so
Yo,
the problem is, like I said, I was a Barbie girl. I have a daughter who's a Barbie girl. So I check the Barbie website. You go look in my you go look. I still got old school Barbies from the early 90s. Like I was a Barbie girl. Like house, cars, all types of dolls because that's what I was into growing up.
Mm.
I raised a kid that is into some of everything. Like she likes her princesses, she likes her Barbies. So yes, there are representations of every type of Barbie. You got plus size Barbies out there. They ain't had plus size Barbies when I was little.
Yeah.
You had 3 Barbies. You had
See,
Black Barbie and regular Barbie, and then you had Barbie became Chrissy. Like I was part of that group where Barbie was Chrissy. So it was Barbie and Chrissy. They might have looked the same in packaging, but they gave her a whole new name. So
but
there
but
was it went from white Barbie, black Barbie to Barbie and Chrissy.
but here's my thing though. This is why I say, like, just so people know, like, I'm an equal opportunist where I'm like, yo, with Ariel, I'm like, I could give pushback because I'm like, why are you making her black? I understand the kids and everything, but that was my same reaction when I saw this. The claim image shows Kellogg's announced as Krispies mascot is now a transgender woman. Kellogg spokesman announces Rice Krispie mascot Pop is now a trans woman. When I saw that, I was like,
But
why?
that's my cereal. Why?
But I was like, why? So I can't be that way towards that and then turn around and be like, oh yeah, I still question the Ariel situation where I'm like, yo, why?
Is the lack of representation. It's going to seem more extreme than the other because the other do not need to do that. So even though I kind of don't agree with it, I do where dag they need that representation. We don't know if we needed it because we don't know how it affected us, but I didn't receive it and I wasn't thinking about it. These kids are thinking that they're not represented in that. Like if you're thinking that while you're living it, that's different.
That's true. That's
that's
true.
But you also have to think about it. We had to live without the representation for these kids to now have representation
yeah.
because we became the new makers of things. We became the new marketers of things. We became the employees at these companies telling them, hey, I need to be seen. I have children that need dolls. Do you not understand this is why Target started selling, you know, black lines and Asian lines in their stores because each one of these groups felt that they were being underserved. So you had whole initiatives pushing for this stuff.
I
So
agree.
that's why it
Got you.
happens. Oh, and back to remember I told you the doll? The doll dropped for Laverne Cox
Mm-hmm.
May 25th, 2022. I told you, I remember it came down. I just didn't remember
What
when. I
doll?
knew
Which doll?
the transgender doll.
Oh,
It's
okay,
by
okay,
Barbie.
okay.
It's Mattel. Like I said, Barbie has a doll for everybody. They
Got
have
you.
handicapped dolls. You have dolls with wheelchairs and crutches. You have
Those.
hmm,
I've seen those, and
Okay.
I think our niece
matter
wanted
of
to.
fact, I got you one better. I'm a diabetic on an insulin pump. They got dolls that got insulin pumps. Like if I wanted a doll like that, they make them. They make a doll to represent everybody at this point.
Like I I would have to say that y'all made a good point on the representation that the kids feel like they need representation. So with that, I can see why it was done. So good point. I can see why it's done. But if it's up to me, I'm like, you didn't need to do that. You should have just came out with a whole new character and make sure you put their item for sale, like like everybody else.
Correct,
So
but you have to think about the way Disney markets. They gotta put the trailer out first. You have to put the movie out first. Because remember, the product has to go through production. So the movie is going to be out before the products are gonna hit the market.
no, I understand that, but what I'm saying is we've never seen a movie trailer came out and have at least not to my knowledge, I didn't pay attention to it, but I don't recall seeing a movie trailer being dropped and it get 1.5 million thumbs down to the point you got to shut it down.
But they also
Did
had
you ever see that? Did you ever
no,
see that?
I don't pay attention. Yeah, I didn't pay attention to that, to be honest.
but you also have to think about it too. It was also 20 million views though. So that 1 million of that 20 mil is
Oh, that's
still
great.
well, but that's what I'm saying. People are saying it's over 1 million, but they didn't also tell you that it was viewed 20 million times.
Oh,
So
that
when
matters.
you take when you take that 1 mil off, there's still 19 million people that viewed it who didn't give you a thumbs down. They might have been questionable, but they didn't give you a thumbs down.
Okay,
So you
5%.
Check
got
this out.
you got to think about it. You talking 20 mil? That's one out of 20 people.
Yeah, but still, it still shattered the records because it said the the movie that broke the record of having the most dislikes was Ghostbusters, the one that had the all woman cast.
Okay.
That had 507,000 507 no 507,610 dislikes on YouTube. The other movie that had the most dislikes after that was that Fantastic Four movie, the last one that they did, that had 20,000 over 20,000 dislikes.
But how
So
many
you're
views
talking
was it though? And the only reason I asked, remember, I'm a probabilities person. I want to know out of that 500 because you have to look at the years that those movies dropped too. YouTube might not have been as big of a company when those other movies came out.
that was
Not long ago.
it wasn't long ago.
Not for the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, not for Ghostbusters.
To be honest, I didn't see that one. I remember the
Consider
old
some of the
school
rest
Ghostbusters.
here.
I didn't watch that one. I didn't even know it was out.
Oh, it's been out.
Yeah, you're talking probably like maybe 2018, 2019 or something like that, possibly. But let me see. Let me see. I'll look it up on I know it's like different. It's been years now, but Ghostbusters movie trailer 2016.
Okay.
So when I look up Ghostbusters movie trailers from 4 years ago, it has 47 million views.
Yeah,
But that was from 6 years ago.
yeah, but think about it. The probability on that one is a lot different. You talking even if you broke it down, out of 40 people, you had less than one. If you're talking, it was in the 500,000.
No, I get that, but still, that's a lot. That's a lot of dislikes, man.
Yeah.
And even for that video, I don't think they shut down the dislikes on it.
Yeah, but it was also
Yeah,
different.
because I can go on there now and click dislike
Okay.
or whatever. But yeah, man, that's whew, yeah. The hate is real. The hate is real. All right. So we're gonna segue to the next topic and speak about Gena Tew. Yeah.
All right. I
So
just
break it down, June.
wanted us to speak on it real quick because once she found out, first off, Gena Tew was the Instagram model who found out she had AIDS. She wasn't tested for 8 to 10 years, and she was involved with, seen with Chris Brown, Nick Cannon, Tyson Beckford, a few of those people. So there was something she said where she said, I didn't have to tell my past exes or anything that I had AIDS. So when she found it out, and there's people that comment that I'm being too harsh on her. The way I feel, if you have AIDS, you should stop promoting your promiscuous lifestyle. I feel you should be an example, a role model to the younger people. Let them know you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. How do y'all feel about that? Do you feel if a person gets infected by AIDS or HIV, it's their responsibility to not show a glorious lifestyle?
I believe I'll go first. Sorry, did you want to go first, Erica?
No,
Or
go ahead.
okay. I believe that number one, if you do have HIV, you have to report it, or AIDS, you have to report it. That's number one. Number two, you should be, I agree, you should be a person that's advocating not to be promiscuous and be like, hey, man, that was my due diligence. Well, I didn't do my due diligence of trying to refrain from getting it. Don't be like me, stuff like that. So that aspect, I can agree with it. But with that being said, I wouldn't say to harp on it. I would make one video where I speak on the matter, this, that, and the third. And now going forward, I'm not gonna be about some, yo, I'm a be thotting it up and I'm living my best life, day in and all. I'm not gonna do that. My content will probably be different. Where I may be enjoying myself, but I'm not gonna be. I'll make sure to stress out. I said stress out. I'll make sure to stress that I'm not being promiscuous or not thotting it up or living my best life on that aspect. So I think I'd be aware and more conscious towards that. That's how I would do it.
Okay.
I agree with that. I agree with that for the most part. I do feel like, yes, there's always that possibility to catch, and I'm not just going to just say that AIDS, HIV, but you can catch anything from being out there. The more you're out there, the more at risk you will be. The problem is when people don't test themselves. I do feel like she needs to be an advocate for getting herself tested. You talking 10 years? It took you 10 years to figure out that you had it, and think about it. It could have been dormant and you didn't know. But I'm an advocate for keeping my health great. So if you feel like you out there, you do need to get tested more regular than somebody who's not out there because you don't know. And when you link all of the people that she was with, she didn't say if she smashed them all or not, but that is a possibility. Now these people gotta go and get tested. Like, maybe they got tested way before the stories came out, but these are things now. It's like, yo, I don't know how long I had it, but we were together 9.5 years ago. You might want to
Mhm.
get checked out now. So now you already got to do your diligence and call all of your partners. Now your partners got to call their partners because that's all of them at risk.
See,
Two,
well, go ahead. I thought you was done. My bad.
no. Two, yes, your lifestyle aided what happened. So because your lifestyle aided it, do I still want you to have that same lifestyle? No. I need you to get some remorse and figure out something else with your life. You sick and you frail. You can't do what you was out there doing before. It's not the same. So now in my head, do I want you to be an advocate? If that's the platform that you want to go on, then you be an advocate. I'm not telling you what I want you to do. I want you to figure out what you need to do. Because you're an adult. You got to make your own choices. But the choices that you make on my end, I feel like you could be an advocate because you have you got a platform and you got high profile friends or associates. It's not just like your Keisha down the street who, if she say something on live, you got 5 people. You're a big name. You mess with big name people. I feel like people would understand the message more because they can put a face to the disease. I feel like they can put a face to
So
what's going on because you've dealt with so many high level people. Remember when we had one of them shows we was talking about Superhead. Remember with her and her books. You became an advocate with your books. You wrote your story. This is what you look for. Maybe you need to go on that level. Write you a
Yeah,
book, do some podcast. Try to flip your circumstance around. Maybe it'll
yeah.
work.
But I got to give pushback because I do believe she needs to be an advocate. And the reason why I say she needs to be an advocate is because anytime you go to get tested for a STD, AIDS and HIV is the main thing they check. Now, it's a difference if you would have said you had herpes or chlamydia or something like that. Those, they don't really check for them like that, but they definitely check for syphilis, HIV, and I think maybe not gonorrhea. I definitely know it's syphilis and HIV, and which because when I went to get tested, that's like the main things that they test: HIV and syphilis. So for you to not have gone in 10 years and you was getting being promiscuous, you should be promoting for people to get tested. Like even if you're like, yo, if you are living that life, you're living, that you're being a thought or you're living your best life or whatever the case may be, get yourself tested. Don't be like me. You don't want to wait too late because it can be detrimental to your health as it was to me. I feel like you should be an advocate to at least say that or drop that in a video and pin it as your top video. You got the feature where you could pin your video to the top. So when somebody goes to your website or to your page, that's the first thing that they see. So they know that you're putting the message out there. Now, once you do that and you want to, put your videos out there that you living your best life, cool. But yeah, I say that's something that you should do. That's where I stand on that.
you're saying have a disclaimer essentially.
Yeah, but have a disclaimer and being the fact that a lot of people look up to you because you have a lot of these views. Why not be a role model to these? I feel like even though some people don't want the responsibility of being a role model, once you reach that celebrity status, so to speak,
No choice.
You have no choice but to be the role model. Like, if I get, like, if matter of opinion, hold up, hear me out though. We get 1 million subscribers and whatever the case may be. You don't feel at that point you don't have a voice that you should be a good role model to tell people XYZ? Because if you go up there and be like, yo, let's go storm the Capitol, that's not what I'm saying, YouTube. But if you say something like that, you don't think your followers aren't gonna be like, yeah, let's go? You get what I'm saying? I
I think
feel like it should, I feel like, huh?
I'm conscious now not to
Exactly.
craziness.
Because exactly. And if we're trying to bring people together and make things better, yeah, I feel like that's something that a tidbit that you should drop to your women sisters. I'm not gonna say no, women sisters, everybody in totality. That's something that you should advocate. Like, yo, get yourself tested no matter what. That's something don't yeah. Because you have a lot of situations where people are scared to get tested because they don't want to know the results. And that's with anything. That's just going to the doctor, like,
Yeah.
um, yo, man, I feel like my heart is pounding to the point where it's popping out of my chest. Get yourself tested. Nah, I really don't know what the result. You get what I'm saying? People are scared, and you should be an advocate to push people, yo, especially in the black community. People high blood pressure, all this stuff. Like, you should be an advocate to help people help people make better conscious decisions of, yo, get yourself checked out. We need that.
Let me
So
correct
I
something.
feel like,
Oh,
yeah.
Correct something on my end before you go, Erica. I don't know if she was living a promiscuous lifestyle. It's just
Okay.
what it looked like she's promoting through her things. So I'm not saying she is. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. So I had to look it up because I thought about it. When women go to the doctor, they don't always check. So I had to really look it up. I'm like, I have a doctor who goes, hey, you want me to just run everything? Go ahead, run it. But I got you one better. For women between the ages of 18 and 39, the only thing that they really screen when they go to the doctor is their blood pressure, their cholesterol, the diabetes screening. Make sure that they have their immunizations and they get a pap smear if they go to the gynecologist. Now, when you do all of that other stuff, there's only two um, tests that they do run with everybody. And then, of course, my screen froze up. Give me 2 seconds because I was trying to
But
figure out the two tests, but it's only
I
two. It's only two. The two that they check, and it's for women up to the age of 25, is chlamydia and gonorrhea. When you're over 25, that's when you can ask for them to do other tests if you feel it you're in high risk. But those are the only two things. So they
all
don't
right.
even test for HIV or AIDS unless you ask them to. And they only have to test you once in your lifetime for Hep C.
Okay. Here's the thing, though, because just for those who's just tuning in, we're talking about Gena Tew. I'm saying her name right, Gena Tew. Okay. Here's my thing. If you know you are being promiscuous, because like you said, you don't know if she was living a promiscuous life, I get that. But I'm pretty sure, well, I don't know how it goes with HIV or anything like that, but I'm assuming if you have a STD or something, there are telltale signs that you may have a STD. You may get a rash. I don't know. Like, there might be telltale signs of things that you might see probably in your genitalia area or something that might be a telltale sign that something is wrong. And a lot of people will probably be scared, like, because if you go to the doctor and they like, hey, do you want us to run these tests, whatever, yada yada, you might get some people who are scared to find out the results. So they have it in their mind, if I don't know, then I don't have it.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, no, man, if you out there having sex freely, get yourself tested. Because you never know. And you would rather catch it early because, yo, when you look at how how skinny she was, and she was already skinny, yo, I felt bad for her.
Me too, yo, it touched my
She
heart.
she could barely stand up. Like, when I was looking at her stand up, I was thinking her legs was gonna snap on her.
Yes.
I felt like the bones was just gonna break, yo. So, and this is the message I feel she should have: at least one video. Yo, get yourself tested. It's better to know, so now you could take the actions on that road recovery than wait when it's too late.
He has one like that. Actually,
Yeah.
I it was short. I posted on that where she said
Okay.
AIDS don't discriminate. It don't blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So she did that, but
But it still doesn't say like, yo, get yourself, it don't hammer it down, get yourself tested. Like, it's a difference if I'm like, yo, man, don't live a life of crime, yo. It's just bad and leave it at that. But if I'm like, yo, stay away from crime, go get a trade, yo. If you did mess up, go get a trade. Keep knocking down the window. You know, mess ups do happen, but you can reform yourself. Don't let people think just because you broke the law or whatever that you always gonna be, you know, a degenerate. You can contribute to society. Like, it's a difference, huh?
that her responsibility.
Yeah, it's a difference. Like, if you're gonna preach
Absolutely.
the 100% gospel, so that those who are in your footsteps, or like maybe think they're in the same footsteps as you give them a sense of hope where it's like, yo, if I do this, you know, I'm not out. I'm not down and out. I could fight. I still could live my life. I still could. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, yo,
Erica got
be like, if you're gonna go through it, be 100 with it. Like, speak to people to try and advocate, like, yo, get tested, do this, do that. So
Erica.
that's where I stand with it.
No. So remember he was like, there's probably some kind of symptoms. These HIV symptoms,
Well,
they
Bad.
not as they not as telltale as some of these other diseases.
Okay.
Fatigue, muscle weakness, achy muscles, sore throat. Some can get skin rashes, some don't. Weight loss, pneumonia, night sweats. Like,
some other stuff.
so no, some of this stuff is really just common
Okay.
everyday stuff.
Yeah.
So
Got you.
yeah, some of these
Okay.
people may not know that they have it, and that's the problem.
But what Walls was saying, they may not want to know. Some people
Yeah.
Correct. They may not want to know either. But when you start looking at the top 16 symptoms, you be like,
hey, do I got AIDS?
Yeah.
do I have HIV and AIDS? You be like, you got a headache. They be like,
This
I got
is-
a headache that I can't get rid of. Like,
Yo, like,
some of these
ba-
symptoms are crazy.
basically what I want her to be an advocate for, because Erica, you said if you go in there, all they're testing for is for gonorrhea and chlamydia or whatever.
If your doctor don't know that you high risk,
No,
or you don't tell them that you're high risk.
I understand that, but usually if you do a yearly wellness check, they usually take blood. So all I'm saying is
Correct,
to
and it's
people,
nothing for you to tell them, hey,
that's
just run all
where I
of the
was
other
getting
tests.
at. That's what I was getting at. That you took the words right out of my mouth. You took the
Because,
words
like
right
I
out of
said,
my
if
mouth.
you have a doctor who you have good rapport with, they'll tell you. You want me to just run the full panel? You didn't got charged for the doctor's visit anyway.
Yep.
You didn't got stuck for for the normals. Why not just get them to
and
take a
that's the message I'm trying to promote, is even if they don't ask you that, you bring it up where you say, yo, since we doing this, check for everything. You see what I'm saying? Don't leave it up to the doctor to be like, hey, should we run everything? You bring it up. Like, yo, can you check everything? I want to make sure I'm in fine health. That includes STD, check everything. So I know I'm good. So this way I know where to go from here if something comes up. That's it.
Yes.
That's it. So yeah, I hope she does, do that and be an advocate for that, because we in the Black community, we scared to get tested for anything when it comes to doctors. Anything.
Yeah.
Whenever you're sick, whatever, I got my home remedy that I'll feel better. And I get it. Even if you feel like doctors will pump you with pills and stuff like this, you still want to find out, because even if you rely on holistic medicines, you'll know what holistic route to go to remedy or eradicate whatever it is that you're dealing with. So you don't take it as they're just going to give me pills and stuff. You still have the option yourself to remedy it however you want. They can't force you to take their prescriptions. That's up to you. So that's all I'm saying.
Wait, y'all cool? We switch speeds real fast. Just one more.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Nah, go ahead.
Next thing I want to ask y'all, the reason I speak on these is because I think relationships play a major role in the issues we face. So what I'm talking about is with PNB Rock, right? This rapper who's from Philadelphia. His child's mother she posted a picture of her of her location and put the geotags. She was at she was at an eatery and
Mhm.
came in and ended up shooting and killing PNB Rock. Now, law enforcement believes it was her post. You know, other people think it could have been the people working there just seeing them and then, like, you know, like called somebody real quick, come get him real fast. My thing is, how do y'all feel about people like putting their locations? Like if you're with someone and they're you know they're attention hungry and blasé.
Look,
How do
I
y'all
could answer that from the jump because the only reason why I got on social media was to promote the platform and everything like that. But as anybody, my Facebook and everything, it was a ghost town. Now that I'm, doing content creation, I'm like, dang, I wish I would have been active on social media like that, whatever. But yeah, I don't post for the longest, even with my son being like my son and kids being in the Just Dance videos, whatever, for the longest, I was covering their faces or whatever, just to not show because I don't want that type of publicity and anything like that. And even when we was at like family functions and everything like that, it's do not post my child on your social media or else we're gonna have a problem. Do not do that.
You're
If you're gonna post, yeah, exactly. If that's what you're gonna do, don't take pictures of me. Don't take pictures of us. Like, leave well enough alone. So, to deal with a woman who lives social media lifestyle, like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. The minute if social media is what you live by, then I'm good. Because what does IG like do to benefit a relationship? Nothing.
maybe
Eh,
financial?
Financially, yeah, but other than that, most people are looking for like, especially like the women's side, most of them are looking for attention. You get what I'm saying? Like, granted, I understand there's a lot of social media where it's people being professional and stuff like this, but the average woman, when you go through their social media, not like if I go through Instagram, like I just go on like not log in. I just go on Instagram and just look through whatever. 90, I want to say I'll say 80% of the images and stuff you see will be a woman shaking her butt or doing the infamous take a picture turned around with their butt showing. Like, it's like that's the main thing you have to show, so to speak. Now, granted, if that's what you do, that's what you do. I'm not knocking it. But my thing is, I look at it as unless you're promoting a product or your business and everything like that, why do that if you have your man? Why tag your location on where you're at if that's just something for you and your man? You get what I'm saying? Like, why is it important for you to put in your location that I'm at this spot?
Your man is
Why is that? Why is that important to the world? You get what I'm saying? You have, especially if you have a whole bunch of 500,000 followers or whatever the case may be, you don't know all them followers. All them followers are perfect strangers. They just look at your posts and give likes and stuff like that. So, why do you feel the need to tell everybody, hey, I'm eating, just to show that you're balling, show that you live in an upclass lifestyle? For what? And in result of it, you could have possibly got this man that you were with killed. So I hope that's a lesson to people that are Instagram hungry. Because I always see that people post their locations. If you're gonna post your location, do it after, like when you're leaving. Because I get it. People look for clout and stuff like that. Do it after you're leaving. When you're leaving. Don't do it while you're there. Because like I said, man, you don't know. There's crazy people out there. You don't know if somebody saw your picture or something and they became obsessed with you. You don't know how crazy that person is. So now they feel territorial that, oh, you out on a date with a guy. Oh, you're cheating on me. And you don't even know this person from a can of paint, but they got some screws loose.
Yes.
So you have no idea who you're giving this information to, yo. And people aren't conscious of that. Like, you got people who take pictures outside of their house and the address is showing, like the house number is showing and stuff like this. Like, come on. And they know exactly what town you're in. Like, not town, but like, city and state.
They could find
Like,
you.
yeah, like come on, man.
Yeah. I've always been that person. My private life is my private life. I am not geotagging anything. I also am a proponent of not posting my life on Facebook, Instagram, none of that stuff. And the reason for that is I can remember when this stuff changed from only being college students to everybody else. I felt like when it was a college student only thing, it made sense. But then I also realized I was a little slow back then because I went back through like when I first created Facebook, it was like right when it started. I didn't realize I had posted like you already tagged the college that you go to. I had my room number on it.
Phone number,
My
probably
phone number
all the
was
whole
updated.
nine.
You talking my instant
Probably
messenger
social security number and everything.
social security number, no, but you had, I was in such and such hall for residents. You probably had my room number up there, like because you have to think about it. When it was only college kids, the circle was so small. It was the people that went to school with you.
Still dangerous.
So I'm like, that first school that I went to, that's what you saw. Like that's how we communicated because this is, cell phones was there, but it wasn't cell phones ain't the greatest. So it's like these were the people you actually knew. You had to friend them for them to get your info. Now that Facebook and all these things are so out there, no. Do you not understand on the news you had, to catch them shows to catch a thief?
Predator or something like that.
Oh
Yeah.
no, it's to catch a thief. So what
Oh,
they were
catch a
doing
thief.
is they
Okay.
were looking at people in the area's Facebook accounts and they were robbing their houses. They were like, "Oh, I'm going on vacation. You done posted on such and such day. I'm going for the next 5 days." So they know if I give you that day one, maybe your flight then got canceled, you don't got delayed. By the second or third day,
They
these
posted
people
I
houses
landed.
but think about it, these people houses was cleaned out. So they were robbed while they were on vacation because like you said, the address was up there or the pictures of the house was up there. So it's nothing for me to Google my town and start zooming in on Google Maps.
And you
I
got
get
people,
Street View
you got people who will take the time.
to do that kind of stuff. Think about it. I worked in banking. We used to skip trace customers. How do you think we was able to send a letter to their parents' houses and and other family members? Because if you know their person's first and last name, I guarantee if they got any type of social media, all their stuff about to pull up.
Spooky,
Pictures,
yo.
spook, yo,
Yeah.
all of these types of things. Matter of fact, back in the day, it was white pages. I could go into white pages if you were a public number. I just go through white pages. White pages, I type your name in, it gave me your number, it gave me your address, it gave me everything. So you don't think the stuff now is going to be 10 times worse than what it was back in Yellow Pages, White Pages days? So no. And two, think about it. I, as a parent, I might want to share their pictures, but I want to share them personally. I don't want people that's not in my kids' lives to know my kids. So now I go to school and go pick up my kid, and my kid was randomly picked up by somebody else. Like these are things that people have to think about when they post their whole lives on social media. I don't want any harm to me. I don't want any harm to my family members. I don't want any harm to my children. And to be honest, I want to give them that right to be able to post themselves if that's what they choose to do. But then I also have to give them internet etiquette. Once you post it up there, there ain't no coming back. You got people who lost scholarships and top tier college placements because of a post that they made when they was a kid. I don't want them problems.
Here's one thing I say too, because you get a lot of people. I get it. Some people be like, "Yo, instead of sending stuff to people individually, whatever, pictures of kids and events." I get it, but you could set up a group. One time, you set up a group on Facebook for your selective people that you want to share stuff to. So you do that. You take that initiative one time of setting up a group, right? And now going forward, when you want to post stuff, you set it to private or specifically to that group, and no one else can see it. But here's a tidbit, and it's a cardinal sin. I'm sorry. When I see people posting relationship stuff, or hey, here's my boo, here's my new boo, here's my man, here's my girl, yada yada, I'd be looking for it when that breakup happened. So they go online, oh, we broken up, whatever. That's what you get. You shouldn't have been posting it. And I guarantee you, a lot of people be in the comment like, yeah, that's what you get for being a pick me and all of this stuff like that. Yeah, because you posting your information out there. People don't give a damn. Most of the time when you post that stuff and people be all, oh, go girl, it's your immediate family, but everybody else, especially if they're single, misery loves company. So they're hating that you're happy. So the minute that downfall happens, oh man, that's when you're gonna see the real comments come up. And on top of that, usually the less people that's in your business when it comes to relationships, the better. When you have a lot of people in your ears for any little thing,
Mhm.
that's where problems and complications start to trickle in. So, am I the only one that think that way though? When you see people posting about, oh, these my boos and stuff, you just wait for their downfall.
It's not that I wait for the downfall, but I want to know what's going on. Look, you want to post everything else. I want to keep scrolling. I want to know the rest of the story. Because think about it. Like for me, I pay it, I do surveys and I pay attention to the mommy blogs because I need ideas. Like I'm on Pinterest going, all right, what Halloween costume my kids are, but I'm not posting my kids in this Halloween costume that I didn't research. So
Yep.
it's like, okay, so I'm looking and I want to read too. But I get caught out there sometimes. I've seen where people posted questions on like blogs, and then I'm like, you got 500 people that responded. Let me see these responses. And then think about it. Everybody response ain't always a good response. So you'd have posted a relationship question, and then you'd be looking at the foolery that transpired. You'd be like, sometimes it'd be like, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. Like some of these
Facts.
comments be hurtful, and harmful all at the same time.
I agree with you 100%, man. Like it's crazy. June, I know you made the video on it, but like what is your final verdict after hearing like what me and Erica had to say on the matter?
Um, I agree with the social media. Just keep your stuff to yourself. But the thing is, if you're in the public spotlight, you may need social media to further, like, um, advance your career, I guess. So I just don't agree with tagging where you're at that moment. Like I used to put fake address nearby. Like you know how I don't know if they still do it, but they give me multiple choices. I would pick
Yeah.
a public location that's close by because I'm not gonna put where I'm at. Are you kidding me? But I was ignorant, like Eric was saying. When I was younger, I put address, I put everything on there, and I'm like
You
thinking
said
it's
you wait, you said you put on a dress? Nah, I'm messing with you. But go on. My bad. I had to throw that joke in there.
put in address. I used to put that I was reckless like that. Now I think we should just tell our kids, like, yo, do not post things online because your enemy is weighed into pounds. You may put a relationship thing. There may be a woman that see like, okay, now I'm gonna get him from you. Like, or there may be a guy that feel like, oh, word, like, all right, I'm gonna show you,
Yeah.
take your girl. And it's like, nah, don't do that. It's not worth it.
But
All
you
right.
gotta also think about it. We were the guinea pigs when it came to this stuff.
Yes, we were.
So we had to go through all of those trials and tribulations to be able to know what's acceptable and what's not. And remember, we didn't realize when we posted the stuff, it was there forever in the beginning. We didn't know. We thought
That's
once
true.
we hit the delete button, that stuff was gone.
I used to
So
make
now,
jokes, misogynistic jokes, joking around, thinking it's just me sharing it with friends, but it's out
Facts.
the world, like craziness.
Facts. Okay. Before we go into segue into another conversation, June, I gotta ask you because me and June know each other for years. That's fam right. That's fam right there. Growing up as a kid, what was one of the most craziest things that you saw me do? Like you saw me do that to this day, you just remember, like, yo, how the hell did you do X, Y, Z? Like for me, I could remember for you. The thing that you did that as a kid that was weird as hell was
it is.
June would eat cereal with juice
I was
and love it.
Sweet on sweet on sweet.
Yo, we look at him like,
I remember
you
that.
like that? And he's like, yeah, man. Yo, yeah, man. Yo, you couldn't tell him nothing. Yo.
You know what's funny? I was remembering that I used to do it, but that got it like not that it got to be fake, but I'm like, I couldn't have done it all the time. I did. I could remember. Look, sounds crazy, but what I can remember. I wouldn't say it was crazy like that. It was more crazy. You going to like clubs with windbreakers on, so you still feel the women. That was the crazy thing. Other than that, nah.
All right. That's hilarious, yo. That is hilarious. But all right. The next topic. Oh man, I want to hear you guys take on this. I know we had a different topics we were going to talk about, but I kind of switched it up because I like the direction June took it. So this is improv now. I want to see what you guys think on this woman right here. June, you probably saw this, but check this out.
My rent here like 1,800 though.
Oh, word, that's what's up.
So if we start talking with each other, like you gonna start paying my rent.
Absolutely not. I don't know you.
But you're gonna get to know me.
I don't mean I'm about to pay your rent because I'm getting to know you.
Yeah, but like you make money, so.
Okay, but what again? What does my money got to do with you?
Talk to a bad bitch, you know you gotta take care of her.
I don't have to do nothing.
I mean,
I don't have to do nothing.
You're new here,
You
so
feel me?
you don't know. But you meet a bad bitch, you gotta take care of her, especially if she living somewhere like this.
You know where I live? I live in the penthouse in River Oaks around the corner.
Yeah.
So I don't need to.
So that means you have the money.
Okay, I have the money for me. I don't fucking know. You haven't told me about you. And you ain't asked me.
Because we didn't get to know each other yet.
Okay,
I'm
then,
just
but look,
letting you
though.
know my standards.
No.
So if you start talking to me, you know you gotta pay my.
Well, look, I'm not paying
my
your rent. I'm not paying your rent. So maybe we wasting time here.
Okay, I mean, I guess I feel like you should think differently.
No,
Like,
but
I
I'm
really
not. I'm
feel
not
like-
gonna. This is the thing. I'm not gonna think different.
I feel like
So
you
if
should-
you want me to pay your rent, you can get out because I'm not doing that.
I feel like you should be thinking different. Like, just take my number. We'll go. You
I'm
can take
cool.
me on a couple of dates. Like,
Nah, because you're gonna expect shit. You already expecting
I'm
shit,
doing
and we
anything
just
tonight.
met.
You could take me to Steak 48. It's like down the street from here.
Oh my gosh, steak 48, steak 40. That's all I hear out here.
Yeah, so that's because when you meet a bad bitch, you gotta take care of her.
I mean,
So,
what makes you so bad?
You live in the neighborhood, so
What makes you so bad? I mean, you look good, but
cause I'm a bad bitch.
But what about what's up here though?
You'll know once we go
No,
on
I'm
our
asking
date.
you, what's up here?
You'll
What's your
know.
5-year plan?
I have a 5-year plan. I'll tell you on our first date. So we can have
No,
something
we're getting to know
talk
each other. I need to know right now.
No, we
because
gonna
listen,
talk
I'm
about
letting you know right now. Listen, I'm gonna put this out here. I'm not paying your rent.
You're
I'm
gonna
not
change
gonna
your
be
mind
tricking
about
on
that.
you. So if
You're
that's
gonna
what you
change
want, you can step out because that's not what I'm gonna
You're
do.
gonna change your mind about that.
I promise
Okay,
you I'm not.
How about you take my number and when you change your mind, you can give me a call.
I'm not gonna give you a call at all.
Who wants to go first?
So,
Who wants to go first?
I'm gonna go ahead and jump in there. Is she delusional? He told you on multiple occasions, I'm not paying your rent. And then you gonna keep at it, and then you asking me to go take you to dinner? If you don't get your butt out my car, like what is this foolery? This gotta be a joke. Is this a joke? Are you sure this is not a joke? Because that is crazy to me. I don't understand how women want things and you ain't even this ain't even the first date. You didn't even make it to the first date. You did not make it to the first date spot. You just know we live in the same area. And what in your right mind think somebody wants to pay your $1,800 a month rent?
Because there's a simp that will do it.
But guess what? I am a person who gets up and go to work. That means you need to go get a job to go pay your rent. You just going to use somebody to go? No, go sit down. And you
See,
ain't even that cute. Like
like
have
my
some
man,
down.
like my man Vic say. See these women's, not women. These women's nowadays, they expect to get a whole bunch up front and show very little in return. And I always say to myself, what job do you know will pay you a boatload of money without you having a history or showing that you're worth me paying you this boatload of money.
Or
So
you got the
yeah,
requirements.
yeah,
Maybe,
yeah.
maybe you don't have the requirements that I want from you to date you.
But see, I think we see it different with that woman. I think she's saying he needs like eye candy with him, because a woman can elevate a guy's status by the way she looks. It can get him appreciated by other men and so forth, where they're giving him opportunities because he seems to have it all. He has the nice car, he has a good job, he's healthy, he has a nice looking woman on his arm. That can elevate your status. So what she's saying is, this is what I would want to help elevate your status. I'm not saying I would go with that, but I can see her scam, because
You
for
know,
some, it's not a scam.
you you know where I have a problem with that though is I'm paying your rent for what? Because you can elevate my status because you're eye candy on my arm and stuff like this. But at the end of the day, you're not mine. You have your own separate living space. It's a difference if it's like, yo, we live together or whatever the case may be. I'm smashing, yada yada. We're committed because now it's like the money I'm putting up for the roof over our head is contributing us. But now you're talking about being a separate entity from the jump too. We don't know each other from a can of paint. So from the jump, we didn't even talk. We didn't even get into the talks about you being eye candy for me. You're just talking about getting all the perks of taking me to a fancy restaurant and paying my rent off the jump. And once I see that you can sustain this, then we'll talk about what I can do for you.
But wouldn't you want the honesty from the door? This is what you, because I may be incorrect, but I think you said like marriage, you agree with the business, marriage being a business.
Mhm.
Now, if that's true, she's starting off to tell me this is what I want. You take care of my rent, and now you let her know this is what I need. Maybe I need 500,000 subscribers per month because of your involvement in my life. I want this, I want that. That's a business arrangement. That's
It
your
is.
Correct, but you having that conversation and you ain't even leave it. You didn't even leave the street to go to dinner. We didn't even talk. So that
Here's
meant,
the
like
thing.
he said,
Yeah.
go if this is what you expect, go ahead
Uh-huh.
and get out
But
now.
and here's the thing. I understand that she's being transparent,
Uh-huh.
but after he says, she says these are the things that I want, and he says, "What are you offering?" You should have been able to say, "This is what I'm offering for the money I'm giving you." She didn't say that. So in my mind, you don't really have anything to offer. You want these benefits, and in the process, you'll think of your scheme of what benefits that you can find beneficial to him.
Yeah, but
No,
that's not fair, because you asked me in the moment, what am I going? I don't know. You didn't tell me what you need that I can offer you. Like, I'm your co-pilot. Let me know what I can bring to you, and I'll see if I can do. You can't just ask me what do I bring.
but
Maybe I'm great at something.
See, but that's
but
the problem though. You said what your price was. So in my mind, that's one of two things. Either you prostituting for your rent money.
Essentially,
Because think about it. You said 1,800 off the bat. So
I
then that means you didn't tell me what it's entailing. You
I
said
got
I
one
want you to
better.
pay the rent.
I
That
got
means
one
I need
better.
to know what strings are attached to this 1,800. Am
I
I paying this 1,800 and I'm able to come in and freely in and out when I want to? Am I paying this 1,800? And when I say go cook me a steak, you ask me how is it getting done, and I want my bath water ran when I get off at 11 o'clock at night. You
I
didn't
have
say
an
none
answer.
of this.
I have an answer for you, but
wait,
we'll
wait, wait, wait. But this is see, I got one better because
Mhm.
my thing is if you have it in your mind that you're a bad B and a man got to pay 1,800 and all of this stuff, you must be delusional or something is wrong with you. If I sit here and say like this, right? Okay, I need a chick that has butt that you could put a bottle top on. She got to be able to cook. She got to be able to clean and do all this stuff. Yada yada. Once I'm saying these are the requirements that woman need, I got to turn around and be like, yo, for this type of woman, I got to be able to do X, Y, Z. Like I don't just say I gotta have this woman and then that's it, like and just go out for looking whatever. No, I gotta also have something that's gonna make this woman who has these qualifications want to stay. So if I encounter or find that person that I'm looking for, I should be able to articulate what I'm offering, that I'm demanding these things. If I just say, yo, I'm a good dude, like, no, that's not no quality. To me, that's lazy. That means that I really have nothing to offer, and I'm just I'm keeping you on the hook to make you say, oh, like I'm basically have you on the wish factor where, or the hope factor, where it's like, all right, he says this, so I'm hoping he's right. Who's gonna stick around for that? Because I don't care who you are. If you're gonna make a list of demands, you gotta tell yourself, if I have this dude like this, I gotta hook him or have keep him beside me by doing XYZ. She
Yeah,
can't
but
even have that.
she can't tell him. Like, you would not be able to tell me right then and there what you could do for me. I may need someone who just thinks of ideas for me. Yes, you may be able to do this, that, you cook like this and that, but I have a cook. I don't need you to cook. You may be able to clean my house. I do not need that. I need you to sit there and think of ideas and take certain pictures that's going to build your influence so I can get some shine off it. So you can't tell me. It got to be a first date. The first date, she may show up in a sense where all of the attention is on y'all, where people is just like, dang, they this and that, and you're getting deals off of it. How would you know unless you let her know what you need from her? How's she going to tell you, I can offer you this? I don't need that.
Okay. Okay.
Right, but she didn't have
I'll
that
give you
conversation though.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
The new job I started, right? The new job I started. When I went there, I'm not trained in that area of what the job entailed for me to do. But when I went for the interview, right? And they're like, okay, why should we hire you? Because at the end of the day, it's essentially a business deal where they're giving me money for my work ethics. So if they're looking for a specific requirement to do such task, even though I have the wrong answers, or I don't know if my answer is right, I still got to come up with at least something to present to you. Now, if I'm wrong, but it's still showing that entity that at least I'm trying to show you I have some type of particular skills that I can offer you. Them skills may not be conducive to what you're looking for, but the fact that you have these little bit of skills, maybe it could venture into what I'm looking for. Since you have expertise in this area, it could probably translate into what exactly I'm looking for. Now, all I got to do is just do a little bit of tweaking here and there, and it'll work out to what I'm looking for. Yeah.
But you would have known what they're looking for. So when you're going for an interview, you do your due diligence and you figure this is what they need. How can I align myself with the job to show that?
Not necessarily true, because when I was looking to upgrade from Canada Dry, any job I was looking for, the first thing I was looking at was the money.
Yes.
And even listen, there was jobs that it could give a brief description of which the brief description is basically, yo, I need a chick with a fat ass, I need a chick with this, I need a chick with a fat ass that, don't hesitate on giving up the sex, whatever, yada yada. Very generalized.
Okay.
There was a job that put it like this. There was jobs that I knew for a fact I didn't have the skills or qualifications to do XYZ. But I was still going in there willing to learn. Matter of fact, hear what they have to say and be willing to learn for what they have to say. Now, go ahead.
That's a first date. She asked for that. Basically, let's have the interview.
They're on a first date in the car, though.
Oh, she
that's
did
a date
on the car.
But
they didn't even get to the first date. Before we even got to where we going, you said 1,800 off the bat. So that to me, like I said, it's not a first date. And I'm not saying that that's not what you wanted, but you didn't even know if you liked me. You didn't even know if we had chemistry or not. You didn't even build into the I expect my man to pay.
Put it
First
like
of all,
this.
You ain't even get to the date. You pulling up the restaurant after I done told you 3 times you can go ahead and get out this car.
Put it like this, Erica. I got a better explanation for June. You said you already know what the job is looking for, right? That's not necessarily true, because a job can post their job description, but it doesn't tell me if you're looking for a person who um who is ready to just not sit around and wait to be told what to do. Do you
Now,
need a person that's proactive? Do you need there's little so a job description as far as boy and girl is, boy and girl talk, sex, kids, marriage, that's the basics. But all the jobs that entail, that's what you do through conversation. So when a job calls me up on the initial phone, which is basically them sitting in the car and say, "Hey, we saw your application, whatever, yada yada. Um, what like a pre interview, whatever.
I
Yeah,
don't,
what qualifications do you have?
I don't work weekends.
Um, yeah, what
Exactly.
yeah.
I don't
So
work weekends.
so
I don't
But
work
you
basically,
nights either.
don't waste your time with that.
but here's the thing. But if they say this, yeah. So before we bring you for our interview, tell me a little about yourself or what's your work experience, and I'll be like, don't worry, I'll tell you. When you guys hire me, I'll tell you what my work ethics is and what I can do for the company. But hire me first.
That's not apples to
Start
apples.
paying me. Start paying me.
That's not apples to apples.
It's
That's
not apples to apples, but we built the conversation on saying that a marriage or relationship is a job. So if we're gonna use it as a
a business
theoretical as a job, a business is a job. That's still money involved, transaction. So if we're gonna use that, that
analogy.
what's the analogy? Let's stick with it, brother. Let's stick with it.
No, we'll stick to that. But it's an interview I'm asking for. If I let you know I don't work weekends, I'm letting because Erica said she shouldn't have mentioned it that early. But right now I don't work weekends, so you can tell me you're not going to get the job. Get it out the way. So if you say, "Oh, because you need $1,800, we can't work," she should have got out the car. That was it.
But she didn't.
But she
Yeah,
didn't. She
that's where
kept
she
going. She
went. But
pulled out her phone. You said, "I want to go to this restaurant right here." The minute he said the first time, I'm not paying $1,800. She's like, "Nah, I'm gonna still give you my number." I just told you I'm not paying $1,800. So if he said that more than once, that means she wasn't listening to begin with.
that's not true. I'm going to prove to you I can do this job better than anyone else, and you're going to appreciate me. Someone shouldn't just take a no and just let me put my tail.
But how many times you gonna say no though?
You know what that sounds to me?
Yes.
That sounds to me that you found your mark and you don't want to let it go. It's kind of like them sell. How does it go into salesman business? Do not let that person go out the door. No matter how many times they tell you no, keep trying to sell to keep that person, keep that person with you. So what she did a terrible job as a salesperson.
Well, and
because
I was gonna say you didn't tell yourself.
because here's the thing,
Obviously,
because
if he telling you to go,
he has the money, right? He has the money. He can pay his bills. He can do all that. Why does he need to pay your stuff to see what you can do for him? He doesn't need your money. He doesn't need none of that. He can go to any other chick and just as bad who's going to tell him what she can do for him. So why am I going to settle for you on a wish factor of what you can do for me while old Jenny down the block is going to be able to tell me exactly what she can do for me?
What does that matter? Everybody I know, even people I've interviewed, they'll tell you what they can do for you until they have to do it, and it is not true. So who cares what a person say they can do? Let me know the reasons I don't want you. $1,800 a month, I don't want you. Keep it stepping. But as far as he's a bad car salesman, yes, because she went the wrong route with him. But she was being honest. People with money, sometimes they don't want to deal with women like that. Here, I just want sex here and there. I want this, I want that. I'll pay for this and let's just keep it stepping. I don't want to deal with the questions. Where was I at? I don't want to deal with why did I come home late? It's
but
a
guess
business.
what? But she didn't say none of that either, though. So because you didn't say any of that either, that meant this was not the circumstance for you.
For him, I agree with that. He wasn't the right one for that.
This is what I look at it as.
I agree.
It's a difference if you would have said, "Hey, when I'm in a relationship with a man, this is what I expect, whatever." So that means that we can go on these first few dates, fill each other out, and if we decide if I decide that I see you as the person I want to be with, I know what comes with it. But you're telling me off the rip without us not even knowing each other that I gotta pay your rent off the rip. No kind of connection or whatsoever. So by the time we go on our next date or our first date, I should have paid your rent by then.
I mean, I didn't know that she said that he should have.
No, but she said off the rip, I'm letting you know when I mess with a dude, he got to pay my rent.
Okay, that's fine. But if he was willing, if he said, "Okay, I'll do that, but I need this and that from you," would that have been wrong?
No, but think about it. He asked.
He asked. So
And she
basically,
said I
he's
was a
saying
baddie. So
she
guess
said I'm a
what?
baddie.
Your response failed you because
Yep,
you didn't have a response to go with his question.
because she
He
basically
asked.
said, "I'll show you in time." So what's in time? A month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from
5
now?
years from
I need
now,
to
when
know.
you didn't
I need
when
to
you didn't
know
got
how
5
long
years
I'm
worth
on
of
the hook for
$1,800 a
paying
month out
your
of me?
rent and
I just
taking
took
you to
it
these
as
fancy restaurants.
I took it as her saying when we get to the restaurant because I heard her say something about restaurant, and it's like, okay, maybe that's what she'll show him. If he
She'll
has
no,
money,
she'll tell him. She'll tell him.
okay, that's
That's
fine.
what she said. I'll tell you. It
That's fine.
doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that that's what you're
She
getting
said, I
now.
don't want these questions in this car. I want my food in my belly first, is basically what I felt. And my thing is one or two things. Like I said, what you trying to sell yourself for this rent money. You looking for a sugar, you want this to be a sugar daddy, sugar baby circumstance, or you just really clueless
No, that's
on
not cool.
this.
See, with
It's
June,
clueless when you ain't go out on a date at all. You ain't even leave the street.
see,
It's clueless.
June, I understand and I agree with you. The fact that she was straightforward with it. I agree with you 100% and I respect that from her being 100%. But where she lost me at was when the person that you're trying to get benefits from ask you what can you do for me and you don't have nothing to say, not even I can cook or nothing. Like, yo,
She,
why would I want to pay
she
your rent off the rent?
What I'm
Huh?
saying is she answered it. I heard it different from y'all. I heard with her saying I'm a baddie, that's I'm gonna elevate your status. I heard exactly what she said. If I had money like him and I needed my status elevated and I thought she was a baddie, I would do that just so I could elevate my status. It's a business. I don't look at that stuff like it's a business. I look at marriage like it's love. For me, it's no business. So I can't really see it the way y'all see it because I wouldn't enter that. But if that's why somebody's gonna enter it, you want to know right away, am I wasting my time? How much are you charging? Okay, 1,800. Okay, what do you bring? You're a baddie, so you're going to elevate my status. Is $1,800 worth it? Let me see. We'll go on a first date. I'm going to show you how the dudes and the women in here is going to love you when we're on that first date. I heard it completely different. So
Because you're thinking about it different.
no, but
Because
we're
all
hearing
of the
like
stuff that you just said was for the furthest thing in my mind. Because the minute she said 1,800, I was the dude. You go ahead and walk out.
But Erica, we
Yeah.
ain't think like that. So when we hear the 1,800, it's like, no, there's nothing you can do for me where I'm paying 18. But if I have liquid money where I don't have time, you being a baddie can really bring me attention. If I'm a personal trainer, you being on my arm and you have a nice physique, you being a baddie can elevate my client list. I can now make millions because I can tell people you look like that because of your affiliation with me. So baddie, she explained what she brings to him. Y'all want to hear I can cook clean? That doesn't matter to
But I'm
everybody.
not saying cook
I
and
don't need
clean.
that.
You said 2 words. I'm a baddie.
Yes.
Them 2 words means it's subjective to everybody. I don't know what your definition of a baddie is. I need you to explain yourself.
That is, I just told you, it's someone who elevates your status.
No, but I'm saying that's your definition of a baddie. That might
But there
not
is
be
the
her
Erica,
definition of a baddie though,
but we
because
have
it's
to
subjective to
surmise.
everybody.
But Erica, we would have to surmise that is the definition because she didn't give no other answer. It's I'm a baddie. That's what I bring to you. What do you bring? I'm a baddie. That is
But
what
guess what? I watched, what was that? The Bad Girls Club. I remember them baddies too. And guess what? Them jokers was fighting every chance they got.
we're
Do I
mad
Yeah.
at
want
you.
for $1,800? Do I want rationers? I might not. Guess
Look,
what? I
yo,
might pay 4,000, and she classy, and I ain't gotta worry about it.
yo,
I hear you.
I'm
I
gonna
hear
play
you.
I'm gonna play a video for you guys. It's uploading, but to me, when I hear a chick like her, because the way she comes off with her, I'm the baddie status, whatever, and how June is saying, yo, she could elevate your status. this is how I look at this chick when it comes to like if I want to bring her to a function where I got all my upscale clients and people who I'm trying to elevate, because you know how it is when you got money like that, whatever, is you got a status, your friends also got status too. So this is how I see this chick. Shout out to Mediocre Tutorials for this one, but this is how I see this chick performing or acting when we're out in a social event for a baddie, because it seems like you have no other talents. This is what you know.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! No, she did it! yo, what's absolutely hilarious about this is that it wasn't until she saw the camera that she was like, it's time to pop one off for the gram, but Gramps was not having it. And what's so crazy
What he was gonna say is what's so crazy is that's not even twerking music. So when I look at a body like, yo, what else do you have to offer? Just twerking while we're out in a function? Like,
See, but
break
that's the part.
break this down to me. What a baddie is? You feel? Break this down to me.
Correct, but that's the other thing. Like, you don't know if she can hold a conversation with your peers. I don't know because guess what? You ain't let the car move off the street.
So
I'm picking you up at your place and told you I live around the corner from you in the penthouse. So you know where I live at. I know what building I picked you up from. I don't know if you're on the penthouse floor or if you're on level 3. I don't know. But that's the thing though. You can't just go, I'm a baddie, but I don't know how you're going to deal with in a social circumstance.
You would figure that out inside of the car if you're taking
You're
somebody.
not gonna figure that out inside of the car, but what happens is you shot your own self in the foot. You didn't even get to the restaurant because in your mind, if you go into this restaurant, you want to make sure that he knew off the bat it's $1,800. So, like I said, you a baddie. The 1,800 sound like you trying to sell yourself. So, are you a prostitute? Because that's what it sounds like when you talk numbers off the bat. You don't talk numbers off the bat if that's what if you're actively looking for a relationship.
All right. Here, like I said, here's where I stand. Like my final stance on the matter. My final stance is just plain and simply like, yo, I appreciate that she was straightforward about it, because a lot of people find out when it's too late that it's all about the money. And you got like June said, you got some people who will be cool with that, where they're like, yo, hey, I'll pay this baddie's rent. But my question is, I don't think I would find a guy who would just give up that money without getting the poon. Now, if he's like, yo, you tell me I pay rent and I get to smash whatever, all right, then guys will be up for it. But I find it hard pressed for a guy to just pay that lump sum of money out the gate and then take a woman out to dinner with the hopes of sleeping with her. A conversation had to have been spoken about initially about sleeping with her or something before that date before the date come and considering paying her rent. But none of those things happened. So yeah, I think it's going to be hard for this chick to find a person to do that. So that's where I stand with it.
I'm not gonna say that it's not gonna be hard, but you got to know what situation you getting yourself into. Like I said, there's tons of sites where guys will pay her rent. Like I said, she could be in one of them sugar baby, sugar daddies circumstances. But I also want to know what these strings attached is going to come with this 1,800. Because guess what? You don't know this dude from a can of paint. He could be a serial killer. He could be, anything. So he could be, he could put hands on you. He said, "I done paid for you. That 1,800 that came out my pocket." So you don't know what is entailed because you never even made it to the first date. So how you just gonna tell somebody off the bat, yo, I'm about this money. So you want to be about this money? You go find you another mark.
I think it depends on the person, because I'd rather someone who's just direct with me and tell me, because if I don't have time, I don't need to hear your story. I don't need to hear all of these things. Can you elevate my status depending on what field I'm in? If I'm a doctor, I don't need you to elevate my status. I don't need you turning around when we're at a function like that. But if I am a rapper, I may need that. I may need you to be a certain level because it's going to keep the buzz. Like I'm with blah blah blah. So that does matter. So if she's a baddie, if that's her profession is to get with guys who pay her stuff, she knows better than us. That's what I got to tell them initially, so I don't waste time with this guy. I may really go on a date, tell him this and that and this and that, and then 2 dates later, he's not willing to pay the 1,800. Let's not waste time.
But
So,
he asked you, and you still only gave me one word.
but
So you didn't even
my
go
thing
through the
is,
interview
to me,
process.
that would have mattered. Her saying a baddie, I don't look at it like y'all look at it. I look at it as she can elevate my status. If I'm spending $1,800 a month, but you're bringing me 100,000 eyes, and I'm making $20,000 per month because of you, who cares about that 1,800? Y'all saying y'all didn't do the math to figure out what she could bring to him, so she's already wrong. She may bring value to his profession that we don't even.
you notice what you said though.
But
You notice what you said though. You said she may bring value. So a person who makes money, she's looking for the wrong person because, like Erica said, you got to go to a sugar daddy site. If you're talking about a young person who's an entrepreneur, who's not a sugar daddy that's looking for, just a woman who for conversation, you're talking about an entrepreneur. We all know a person that makes money, their time is money.
Okay.
And if they make a move, their calculated move got to make them money. So him paying $1,800 to pay this woman's rent from out the door does not make sense business wise on the strength of she may bring more. You get what I'm saying? Like, who's gonna make an investment without at least something to tell
Or
me,
knowing what the risks are.
knowing
You
what the
didn't even
risks
tell me what
are?
my risks were.
But
Exactly.
that's the investment, though. You're taking a chance. So what you're saying is, let's say she did make him $10,000 more a month. Let's say that was an outcome, because you're saying, mate. Let's say that is the outcome. Wasn't it smart that businessman jumped on Uber before it took out the taxis? Like he's like, oh, I see where she can make me money. She said,
Yeah,
she
but
has 1.5 followers. I see how that can be beneficial to me. That has to be a debate. It's
Correct,
not.
but you didn't even answer
That's
the
a bad.
question.
That's a.
You
But
didn't even
see,
answer the question.
but see,
You
but see,
ignored the question
see,
and then told
but
me to take you to the
But
restaurant and take your number.
Erica, this is where that's a bad analogy. You know why? Because if you was to make an investment on Uber when Uber was started, guess what? Uber's gonna have all their foundation laid out for. This is why you should invest in us because of
Correct.
X, Y, Z.
You would have
It's
had a
not.
business plan. And
Uber's
shit,
not just gonna.
no business
Uber's
plan.
not just gonna show up and just say, "Look, I'm Uber. Invest in me." Okay, why am I investing in you? Invest in me, and you'll see why. You'll see it's gonna be beneficial for you. I'm gonna be like, that doesn't help me as a businessman. Trust me, if you invest in me, yo, get to know me. You'll see. What businessman is gonna invest in that?
The guy who knows her looks can help him in his career. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all.
Correct, but the looks may be okay, but guess what? I might not like the attitude that go with the look.
That's fine,
So
but
then it's a detriment.
business. It's business.
But
Well, what y'all saying, I understand that, but y'all not understanding where I'm saying it is for people that think opposite of y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I understand where you're coming from, but the point I'm trying to make is,
you're saying
why would I? The point I'm trying to make is, why would I pay you $1,800 up front where there's plenty of other baddies who doesn't have that requirement that can do just the same?
Then what could she had said in that moment that would have made you see that she's more qualified than the next?
She could have gave a plan of what I have to offer you. That's all he asked for.
I can cook. I can clean. I know.
But see,
a month. Like what are y'all?
You're assuming that he's gonna say, "Oh, I can pay somebody to clean for me. I can do." You don't know that. You don't know that.
What could she have said that would have qualified her? When in interviews, people lie all of the time. What could she have really said where it's like, you know what? I believe her, even though this is a car ride. I believe her. Like, who thinks like that? Like, you can't think that. I
just like you're going hypothetically on that. If she would have said that, I guarantee you his rebuttal would have been, all right, well, let's see where this goes. Let's see where this goes. And if you tick those boxes, I'll pay your rent. I'll start paying your rent.
I can just tell that person would have wasted her time, because once you figure like, oh, you're only going to bring me attention. Nah, I'm not. You don't do this. You don't do that. So she told them right away, let's not waste time. Let me know. Like, wifey will tell you, first time we started talking, I think it was first conversation or second, where I said, I don't want us to have sex before marriage, because I know what it always done to my relationships. I got to the point where I disrespected those women, where I didn't take them as serious as I should have, because the sex was on the table. I told her right off the door, if you don't like it, keep it stepping. That's just, so with me, I respect her saying it right away. I don't want you to wait till I get you anywhere. You lied to me and tell me right away, what is the deal? 1800. Why? Because is it worth it? I don't need you to be cute. I can get the next girl to do that. I don't need you. That's cool.
But not having sex is not viewed as something that can be a waste long term, so to speak. Because like I said, him being on the hook paying $1,800 and not knowing how long this courting is going to go of paying you under $1,800 before you show me what you can do. Because like you said, you don't know if she says, oh, I can do this, I can do that she's actually going to do it. So why pay $1,800? If by your logic, why pay $1,800, go on a date, which I'm forking out more money, then she explains to me her plan with the possibility of not even doing it. So if you're going to tell me from the rip to pay this $1,800 and I got to take you on a date just for you to tell me what to do, that's a bad investment. And the other thing too, if you would have went to wifey and said, yo, off the bat, before we get into a relationship or anything, I got to have a baby by you. To me, that's equivalent to saying, yo, I got to pay $1,800, because now with that baby in there, if you're gone, or so to speak, there's still a lingering effect of you being in the picture. Just like there's still a lingering effect of him paying rent to this woman for all these months.
Well, I'm
you get what I'm saying? So that's why.
She didn't say, before we go on a date, I need you to pay $1,800. She didn't say that. I just want to clarify that she didn't say that.
Let's play it again.
I was play it again. Run it back.
Yeah, let's play this clip again.
My rent is like $1,800 though.
Oh, word, that's what's up.
So if we start fucking with each other, like you gonna start paying my rent?
Absolutely not. I don't know you.
But you're gonna get to know me.
I don't mean I'm about to pay your rent because I'm getting to know you.
Yeah, but like you make money, so.
Okay, but what does my money got to do with you?
Talk to a bad bitch, you know you gotta take care of her.
I don't have.
You notice she said if you talk to a bad, not if you're in a relationship.
Correct.
If you talk to a bad B, you got to pay their rent. Let's continue.
She said when you get to know me, though. She didn't say you're getting to know me. She said when you get to know me. That's different from while you're getting to know.
Sure. Okay. Let me.
So if we start fucking with each other, like you gonna start paying my rent?
Absolutely not. I don't know you.
But you're gonna get to know me.
I don't mean I'm about to pay your rent because I'm getting to know you.
Yeah, but like you make money, so.
Okay, but what?
She said if we start effing with each other, I gotta pay your rent. You gotta pay my rent. But then when he said, but then she also reiterated saying if you talk to a bad B, you gotta pay their rent. So which is it?
What do you mean?
So which is it? Is it if we're effing with each other or if we're talking?
I mean, you're hearing the difference. I hear the same thing. If I'm just talking, effing with you, same difference.
All right, let's continue.
But like you make money, so.
Okay, but what does my money got to do with you?
Talk to a bad bitch, you know you gotta take care of her.
I don't have to do nothing.
I mean,
I don't have to do nothing.
You're new here, so you don't know. But you meet a bad bitch, you gotta take care of her, especially if she living somewhere like this.
You know where I live? I live in the penthouse in River Oaks around the corner.
Yeah.
So I don't need to.
So that means you have the money.
Okay, I have the money for me. I don't fucking know. You haven't told me about you.
Yeah,
you ain't asked me.
Because we didn't get to know each other yet.
Okay,
I'm
then,
just
but look,
letting you know my standards.
No.
So if you start talking to me, you know you gotta pay my
rent. Look, I'm not paying your rent.
rent.
I'm not paying your rent. So maybe we wasting time here.
Okay. I mean, I guess I feel like you should think differently.
No, but I'm not gonna. This is the thing. I'm not gonna think different.
I feel like
so if you want me to pay your rent, you can get out because I'm not doing that.
I feel like you should be thinking different. Like, just take my number. We'll go. You can take me on a couple of dates. Like,
nah, because you're gonna expect So you already expecting shit,
Doing
and we
anything
just
tonight.
met.
You could take me to Stick 48. It's like down the street from here.
So when I hear that, like listening to it again, this is honestly what I hear. The fact that she kept going on and on is, I just want your money.
But you badgered
Because
me to
because
change my
no
point of
because
view.
because
She
no
don't.
no the reason why I say I just look at it as you just want my money is because of the simple fact that he said, well, you can get out, and she's like, well, I feel you should, yada yada. Once she went into that rebuttal, that means that, like, yo, at the end of the day, I just want to use you for your money.
But it's a business, you said. A business is advantageous to both parties. Like, it's not just going to be, you're going to get something out of it, I'm getting nothing. Like,
But she didn't say anything that she could, like, I hear what you're saying with the whole, you can get, I can boost your Instagram, like with Instagram I can boost your status, whatever. If you feel that, because at the end of the day, he has the he's the one that holds the power. He clearly has something that she wants. You get what I'm saying? So if he has something that you want, it's to your benefit to tell him something that he wants to hear, or offer something that is enticing to him. So if you feel that you can bring him more money and more followers or whatever, say that. But if you don't say that, why is that a good business deal to this guy?
he
That's
doesn't.
what I'm that you're put it like this. You're not like nothing you said would make me consider, like, you know what? I bet. I feel like he could have took that chance.
Yeah,
Nothing you said make me feel that.
he may not be in that profession to feel that way. What I'm saying is, if she can bring it, let's say she has 2.3 million subscribers, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking she can't bring him any value. That's what you're thinking?
I'm not saying
That
that
she can't.
she probably couldn't, but the problem is she never put herself in a position to do that.
But even so, right? Even if she have 2.5 million subscribers, right? You don't know if he's a person that just works a 9 to 5 that doesn't require social media to gain more money. He could be a CEO for a company. He could be doing what he could freaking, for all you know, be a doctor, like in a hospital or something. But what I'm saying, you're assuming
No, I'm
that
not
the
assuming.
followers can.
No,
But
y'all assuming that he doesn't need her in that, because y'all said, what advantage would she bring to him? You're assuming he's not someone that needs that status from a bad chick. That's what you're assuming. I'm not
No,
assuming.
I'm not saying that's not the
I
case.
don't think
The
he do
problem
though.
that I have is she talked money off the bat without saying
That's
anything.
where it started. That's where the video started, because she said my price range or something is 1,800. We don't know how he brought that question up. We do not know that, but she said my price range is 1,800. That's when he started the video. He didn't reach across. That's when he decided to release the video. So we don't know what he said prior to that. So we can't just surmise, like, you know what? She just out of nowhere brought up 18. We can't do that. We can't.
She did bring it up because she said my earrings are XYZ, and he said, oh, all right, that's what's up, that's cool. And then she automatically went with, I'm just letting you know off the rip, if you f with me, whatever, my standard is, huh?
That's not how the video started. It started.
No, she started saying my earrings or whatever cost such and such, and he said, oh, that's what's up. That was what he initially
Can you
watched.
play 10 seconds in the beginning?
Yeah, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna link it up.
Just
She's
10
gonna
seconds.
say, "Yeah, I'm gonna play. I'll do it again."
My rent here like 1,800 though.
Oh, word, that's what's up.
Yeah. So if we start fucking with each other, like you gonna start paying my rent?
Absolutely not.
She said my rent is 1,800, and he said, "Oh, that's what's up." And
Okay.
then she went into,
How do we know
if
if
you
he asked her something? She just came out and said it, and he didn't ask her anything. How do we know what he asked her? Like, we don't know
he,
that, and she
so
shouldn't.
wait, okay, so if I ask you, yo, June, this place seems decent, yo. How much you
Mhm.
pay rent there? Yo, I pay XYZ. But yo, I'm telling you, man, if we're gonna be boys, whatever, you gotta pay my, like, yo, like, her saying that, even if he said, how much do you pay rent here? That has nothing to do with saying, segueing into,
That's
yeah,
what
if we F
you're
with each other, you
assuming.
gotta pay my rent.
But Walt, it may not have started like that. She may have said what it was, and he started the. Why didn't he start the recording from earlier on? Why did he start from the second she said her rent price? Why?
That can't be the reason why, because you got to listen to the context. Because after she said my rent is such and such, he said that's what's up. That's when she said, but I'm letting you know my standard is if a guy F with me, he has to pay my rent.
Yes.
When you listen to the context, she went into that area herself, it seems so.
I mean, I didn't hear that. I heard that he started the video from when she started talking about her rent. I don't know
Yes.
what he asked her. I don't know if he asked her. I don't know that. So you're just assuming he asked her, like, yo, what is the price here? Oh, my rent is $1,800 a month, but you're going to have to pay this. If that's not true, we didn't hear that. We didn't hear none of that.
But I guess the flip side for me is it's like, okay, you told me your rent was 1,800. Be like, oh, that building look nice. Oh, the rent 1,800. Why did it segue into you telling me, well, if
You
you
don't know how it started. That may not have been how that she started saying that. He could have
Right, but my thing is, this is a first date. Why do I need
e-
to know this on a first
he
date?
may have
even
asked that.
even if it started with him asking her that, the minute he said, if that's what we're gonna do, get out my car, she should have got out the car. So right at that moment, when you decide not to get out the car and keep going on, you're the one who's the bad, no matter how you slice it. Because the minute he said, yo, get out, if that's the case, get out my car, and you kept pushing, that's where you're at. That's where you're in the wrong.
Yeah, but if that system worked for her, you can't tell her you should change your system. After somebody say no, you should just move. No, if her research says you got to ask 3 times. If after the 3rd time they don't, then you leave them. Why should she just deviate from that plan just because he said no? No, you keep trying what you know work. After the 3rd time, you know what? He's cheap. He ain't gonna. I'm not saying what she's saying is right, but I'm sure she ran into people that was like, all right, 1,800, that's nothing. I'll blow that in a weekend. I'll pay that. But I need this, I need that, and I need. Instead, he asks, "What can you do?" Tell her what you need.
So let me ask you honestly.
I wouldn't do it.
Even though if the examples do you have, and knowing how majority of men thinks nowadays, we're not talking about the internet. We're not talking, because it's easy on the gram or something. It's easy on the gram to find somebody that might slide the dollars or whatever, yada yada. We're talking about regular interaction with somebody that she met. A guy is gonna be willing to pay 1,800 off the rip, and didn't even take her on one date or got to know anything she'll do for him.
I do, because I heard the high valued men say they know they have to spend money on the dates. Poor guys, no, they're going to hear that price range and say, she's not going to get me. But a guy with money, his time is money. He don't want to waste all of that. Let me know right now what you want. What let me know. So
But I'd rather you do that on a date, though. You ain't even make him out the parking lot.
But even if he spends, but even if he spends money, he's gonna say, "Yo, this is the requirements I need for this money." Though,
yes,
that didn't happen here.
But they didn't go on the date.
But she also didn't say
He's not.
He was going to get
If you're telling me a guy with money is gonna willing to pay that money, the 1,800, that 1,800 for paying your rent going forward, that's your hush money. So it's like if it was yes. So if a guy who have money, so to speak, if he's married or whatever the case may be, or even if he's not married, the 1,800 that he's giving, that means that you giving up the punani. So clearly, he wasn't a person of that ilk. If he was a person of that ilk, then he would have just been like, all right, cool. Now I understand you do have some guys who might be with it, but I don't know what guy would say they're okay with paying the money off the rent, but then not say, with this money, you're gonna be giving up the buns or something. I honestly cannot think of a dude that would be okay to just do that willy-nilly.
They didn't venture into that though. They never got into him saying he would do it, but I need cheeks, and her saying, no, I'm not giving it. I just need you to pay my rent. It didn't get to that.
Because she seemed like go ahead.
No, you go. Conversation.
No, I was gonna say, because it seemed like she wasn't willing to disclose any information until she got the first date. So until she got the 1,800 for rent plus the place that she wants to eat, then she'll disclose.
She didn't say the 1,800. She said, well,
She said you gotta pay. She said you gotta pay my rent,
So talk
and
to
then
me.
she said,
when
and then
we start dealing with one another, you have to pay it. Yes, it's not
and
as soon
then
as on a date we're dealing with each other. No, yeah, I'm still figuring you out. It may take 5 dates before I say I'm rocking with you. It can
so
take.
why did he say I don't even know you? Why am I gonna pay 1,800? She's like, yeah, but you make money.
No, but she said she said, but you'll get to know me. She did say that also. You can't like take that out. She said you're gonna get to know me, which means once you know me, that's how I took it, is you will be required to pay this. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just
I
saying
hear you,
there
but I heard two different things from saying if you F with me, and nowadays when a person say if you F with me, that doesn't necessarily mean that we gotta be smashing, we gotta be dating. It just means yo, I F's with you, son. Like
yes,
that's
but
how I took it.
you now can put it out there where I can't mess with anyone else. That dude may have been giving me $1,800. Now that you claim me as we mess, whatever, yes, you're required to pay that. Like I'm saying, I don't agree with it, but that's their profession is being an Instagram model and things like that. They get paid, they live their lives like that. And there's guys that will acquiesce to them. I wouldn't, but I can understand a guy who don't want to waste his time and who don't even care about love. It's just a business. I
I
can
understand. I understand what you're saying wholeheartedly, but what you're failing to realize is even those guys with the women on the gram and stuff,
Mhm.
when it comes down to it with the money, the cheeks is always on the table.
She didn't
So
say
there
both.
no, what I'm
Or if it's
saying
not the
is
cheeks, you
this
already know what strings attached to that money.
that's what I'm saying. So if it was about, hey, this is the game that I play, you would have already knew how to respond to this. You
I'm
don't if that's the game that you play, a con artist, a person who's a con artist or whatever the case may be, if that's the game they play, they have a rebuttal for everything.
when
They
they
don't just
game. But if she's
huh?
not playing the game and that's I may need her and she know I may need her. I'm not saying he need her, but that might not have been a game to her. I'm a baddie. I will give I know I keep like saying it, but I'm gonna give status. That's all she offer is status, nothing else.
But she didn't
Some
say
people-
that though.
No,
That's
but
the
she did by
problem.
saying baddie. Y'all didn't hear that. Just because I hear different from y'all don't mean that's not what she was saying. I hear if you tell me you're a baddie, I understand that that's the value you're bringing me. Is you're a baddie.
But
So
what do you but June, what's the main thing that you always say?
I don't.
You
You tell
can't
me.
the main thing you always say is I can't assume. So if
Yes,
you're trying to pitch yourself to me and all you're saying is baddie, you can't assume that I know exactly what entails with you just saying you're a baddie. So you need to do your diligence and explain yourself to me. What do you mean by this baddie?
but
What
that's
does it come with?
but that's
So
a
she
first date.
failed. She
No,
failed.
but that's a first. You remember how you and Rex told me y'all don't like having to answer questions right in the moment. Y'all should be allowed to come back to answer. So he's sitting there like, I need you to answer right now, or I'm not even going to consider you. To me, that's also barbaric because you said you didn't like when people handled it like that, like speak right now or else. Like
Yes, but if you're that's a difference if I'm telling you to speak right now and there's no transaction involved. You're telling me I have to take you out to a fancy restaurant and spend money just for you to tell me. So if you don't want to tell me now, get out my car. So it's not him being like that was a failure on her because I'm telling you, yo, tell me. You don't want to tell me? Nah, I'll tell you on the first date. I don't want no part to this. Be out. So he didn't try to force her. She's trying to force him. If anything, she's the one being barbaric because he's like, yo, I'm done. Be out. And she's trying to force her will or force him to do what he don't want to do. So if anybody's barbaric, that's her.
walls. There are resorts that you are required to spend about 3 hours a day on your resort where you have to sit in the meeting to hear so you can purchase certain things. That's a requirement. Now they're not going to give you the information until you get there. I'm letting you know.
Listen, I understand, but how do they get you to get to them resorts? They give you a perk of, hey, you could come stay at this fancy, you could go to the Poconos and stay here for 3 days. So they give you something to entice you. What did she give to entice? Absolutely nothing.
But that's what I'm telling you. For you, that's nothing. I'm just saying y'all can't say it's nothing if I'm saying it would be something to me. To y'all, it's nothing. But to me, If she can elevate my status, if I don't care about God, I don't care about love, I just care about business, I would pay for her if I think she can get me 100,000 subscribers. I'm saying if I was that type of person, I would. Since I would, y'all can't say a person wouldn't. Yes, a person would, because that's a fast way to elevate yourself. Yes,
Correct.
that's
And like I said, I'm not taking it away from you, but my thing is you didn't even get in the door because you shot yourself in the foot first. By you saying 1,800 off the rip, that meant with that circumstance, when he said get out the car the first time, you were like, nah, take my number. Like,
So
at
you
what point?
June,
actually
everything,
even if you don't, you should say
I
yeah.
couldn't
Just
hear you. Say it one more time.
if I ask you, do you work weekends? And you know I probably need you for the weekends. You're gonna lie and say, no, I can work weekends, so you can get inside of the job and then
No.
like work weekends.
Okay.
You're gonna tell the truth.
I am a proponent for telling the truth when it comes to
So
that.
what's wrong with what she did? If he asked her, if he initiated that conversation, like, I need to know what's going on. Okay, this is what I do, and my rent got to be paid, and this is my rent. And then he said, okay, that's cool. So you know you got to pay my rent if we mess around, right? Like if that's how it started, he asked her. She's supposed to like.
Correct. But that's the thing, though. He said, I'm not going to do it. So the minute he said that,
Can I answer this? Because that's a bad analogy. I'm going specifically to what June said. You said if you go to a job and you say, can you work Saturdays? If I say to that job, hire me, let me try the job out, and I'll see if I can work Saturdays, or no. Her rebuttal was equivalent because she never what she said was, take me out on a date and you can find out.
My analogy wasn't for that. It was for her answering the question in the moment. Because Erica said she shouldn't have.
Yes.
I'm saying if they ask you that, you will answer the job.
Yes, that's what you said. You said you will answer in that essence. But guess what? If you decide to take that job and you don't work on the weekends, then you're fired. So even if she would have lied or whatever and she didn't do it, yet even though he was duped or whatever, she still would have did some of them qualifications in the beginning. So he still would have reaped some type of benefits from it, because you could only fake it but for so long. So he still would have cashed in on his investment, at least for a little bit. You didn't even get to that point. You just straight up said, yo, hire me and then we'll talk on if I can work Saturdays. That's basically what she did.
I mean, from your POV, I dig it.
You feel me? So that's what she did. I don't know, man.
told you she ain't let the car come out the parking spot. Not out the parking spot. We didn't even put the car in. We didn't put it in a drive on the way to the restaurant. Because remember, she pulled the phone up and said, I want to go to this restaurant. So you didn't even get to that point.
I will say this though, man. You make some compelling arguments where it's like, dang, I gotta stop and think about this. I'm telling you, your arguments are good and they make valid points. I'm not, but for me, since I'm not that person of that ilk, I'm just like, yo, I can't rock with this shit. Yo. But no knock on her hustle. No knock on her hustle. And I respect, like, and the point that you made that really stood out where I'm like, damn, that's a good point is, yo, even though she got rejected, her game is, yo, keep trying. You're right. I gotta respect that hustle. So you made some good points, brother. I cannot front on that. So good points. All right. This will be the last thing that we talk about. I know this is a crazy live, but this will be the last topic that we talk about for the night because we was at it. All right. Do y'all want something? Matter of fact, the last topic, because I'll flip a coin. Do y'all want something that's uplifting, or do y'all want something that is not doom and gloom, but just pointing out what's the word I'm looking for? It's a police video pointing out what's the word I'm looking for?
I go with the ladies first.
It's a point of not overstepping your boundaries, but bad policing. Put it like that. Bad policing.
And what was my other option?
Something that's uplifting.
Give me uplifting.
All right. So recently on Twitter, there was a post about a woman that owns a auto clinic for women. She has her own company that's a auto like a mechanic shop, and it's for women. I mean, guys are welcomed in the business too, but it's for women. And what she did is phenomenal. So I'm just gonna play the clip for you guys. Like the name of the company is called I wait. It's called Girls Auto Clinic. I believe that's the name for it. But check it out, man. This is beautiful, man. And this is what you call when this is what I think the black community should take should definitely like take a page out of this person's book, because in her mind she was like, yo, I didn't see none of these around, so I took the bull by the horns and started this business up. So check it out. Let me refresh this page real quick. All right.
This is Patrice. How may I help you?
Girls Auto Clinic opened 4 years ago. A local repair shop run by women for women.
When you come in, you're going to feel comfortable, you're going to feel welcomed, you're going to feel like you can trust your mechanic.
Men are welcome too, but the on-site salon was designed with the ladies in mind.
We have a nail salon in our lounge for customers while they wait for their car. It's really a space for women to just relax.
The idea for the shop came when founder Patrice Banks was merely trying to help herself.
I hated taking my car in whenever I had maintenance due. I hated all of my automotive experiences. I always felt like I was being
And just
run by women.
oh, sorry. I wanted to pause it real quick just to give a shout out to a lady in the building. All right, let's continue.
You're going to feel welcomed. You're going to feel like you can trust your mechanic.
Men are welcome too, but the on-site salon was designed with the ladies in mind.
We have a nail salon in our lounge for customers while they wait for their car. It's really a space for women to just relax.
The idea for the shop came when founder Patrice Banks was merely trying to help herself.
I hated taking my car in whenever I had maintenance due. I hated all of my automotive experiences. I always felt like I was being taken advantage of. Then when you go to a mechanic and they tell you you need brakes or you need a bushing, say, show me what you're talking about.
She already had a successful career.
I was actually an engineer and I worked for DuPont, and I called myself an auto airhead because I was. I knew nothing about my car.
So she went to school at night to learn how to fix cars herself, then quit her job, a decision that caused more than a little anxiety.
Oh my God, did I just quit my job of 12 years to go work as a mechanic? But ultimately, I tell people it was the best decision I could have made in my life. So we're measuring the rotor wear here.
Along the way, Patrice has built a community around the word she-canic,
which obviously is a play on the word she and mechanic, but also she can, letting women know that yes, you can learn this information about your car. I couldn't find a female mechanic, so I became one.
She's done a TEDx talk and gets invited to speak to groups of all types.
Are you ready, Chicanics? I never imagined myself as a speaker. It wasn't part of the plan.
But Patrice now feels like her start in life prepared her for this destination.
We didn't even have a car growing up. I was the first one to have a driver's license and a car in my house at 16. So really my car kind of represented freedom for me and really stepping out on my own and being bold and brave and doing something that no one in my family has done.
Well, Patrice tells us she has a steady stream of requests to share her story, from national TV shows to elementary schools.
That is dope.
I like that.
That is dope. That is phenomenal, yo. That goes to show, like, when women say, yo, we can do anything and everything and anything that we put our minds to, or do everything that a man can do. I agree 100% that women can do what men do, but I just know a lot of women don't aspire to do like the, heavy, crazy work, like lifting and all that stuff like that. Why? Because, they have men to do it. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, if all men were wiped off the face of the earth, women would more so band together and do those heavy jobs that require heavy lifting. But it's no need to right now, because you have men that are willing to do it. And you have a lot of men who will be like, yo, I don't want to put a woman's body through those type of hard works, lifting and stuff like that, because it's a detrimental to you. Women aren't really built to do that. Of course, they can do it, but the anatomy isn't really built to do that. So kudos to her, man. But with that being said, I don't want a lot of women to think, see, man, we can do this. We don't need men. No, we need each other. Because at the end of the day, the only way you can procreate is with a man and a woman. So shout out to these women. that this woman who actually did this made a mechanic shop very innovative. And I hope that business, build franchises and go on. What's your guys' take?
I think that's awesome. I really do. I'm like, you have to think about it. Yes, I take my car in for maintenance. I never see anybody that look like me when I go. I basically sit there, wait for them to come back with the report, tell me what do I need, and keep it moving. Now, on the flip side is, do I choose where I take the car? Of course, I'm going to take it where they have a decent sitting area, especially if
Hmm.
I have to sit and wait for a while. But that is awesome. I'm like, who would have thought I got to sit here, car maintenance, hour, 2 hours, get my
Let me get
nails
my
done.
nails done.
I
Yep.
want to do that right while I'm waiting. Like that
Got
is innovative. Even if you telling me I gotta pay for my nails to get done, guess what? I was sitting here anyway. That gave me something off of my to-do list that I can take off.
hmm
And I like the
Go.
fact that, her speaking, can influence the next generation of women mechanics.
Yeah.
She's going to
Facts.
school, she's going, to these luncheons. That is awesome because guess what? These are trades that have low population of women because people just aren't telling them about it.
Hmm.
And think about it, mechanics make money depending on where
Oh
you're
yeah.
at.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What's your take, June? I'd love to hear your take, brother.
Uh, when I first heard it, I was like shocked, and I not shocked, but I was a little surprised that they did that, and I was happy. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then they were getting their nails done, and I'm like, oh, they made even
Yeah.
the like enjoyable. It's like going to a mechanic and I could get my hair done. I can do things that I wouldn't want to, waste my time doing anyway. I can waste it while here. I would love it. So I think that's cool. I just hope they keep it legit. I hope they don't become like guys and try to get people. Cause I'm skeptical of mechanics because they're trying to make money. You don't know. If you're not in that field, you don't know if they tell you your brakes is bad, you need to change that. You're scared. So I just hope the women hold on to their integrity and they don't make it about money. They just make it about giving people a great experience. Because guys will go too. I'd probably go there. Like if it's
Hmm.
taking care of my car and I can have better conversation, why not? I don't always want to talk sports. I want to
Yeah.
talk. I think that. So I like it. I think that's pretty cool.
And that business, I believe, is in
Darby,
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania.
Darby. Yeah, Darby, Pennsylvania. So shout out to that establishment, man. Like I said, that's why I said, the black community, we could take a page out of her book because she had a belief in what she believed in she could do, quit her job and actually do it. And I always say, if you want something, like how Tanisha said for the Disney thing, if you want a black character or a black princess, let's create our own. So she took the bulls by the horn and did what she did, especially in a field that you don't see women. Like she even said it. She was like, I don't see women in this field. So I started my own. So kudos to her. With that being said, that's gonna do it, man. 4 hours. And it's crazy. Going into this, we said we're gonna try and set a timer and take, spend little time on topics as much as possible, but you can't predict the conversations, Cause just when you like, all right, I'm done saying something, somebody's gonna say something where you like, hold up. I got a rebuttal, so
Exactly.
hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed this conversation.
So,
I'm gonna eat and watch the Canelo versus Triple G fight.
oh,
So yeah, tonight. So those of you who are not going out partying or anything like that, check out that Canelo versus Triple G fight. It should be amazing. That's trilogy, third fight. So yeah, you guys and gals want to add anything before we tie up this live stream?
wrap up.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, I know. Well, what I'll say is
I was talking
we
protection.
appreciate,
I was,
huh?
talk, I was talking protection, condoms when I say wrap up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, got you. With that being said, man, we appreciate you guys for tuning in. Even if you was just in the background watching, hey, we appreciate you guys definitely for the support. You could have been anywhere, but you was here with us on a Saturday night. Don't forget to subscribe to Hold Up, Hear Me Out, though. The link is in the description. And don't forget to subscribe to Matter of Opinion. The link is also in the description. We love you guys. We're trying to get our way up to 8,000 by the end of the year. I know, June, you're trying to get to a certain mark by the end of the year. What's the mark you're trying to get to by the end of the year?
Here, I'm trying to
Yeah.
go. I know it sounds crazy. I'm going for 10,000. 10,000, baby.
10,000. All right. All right, yo. But I hope and pray that we both 10,000 by the end of the year. That'll be magnifique. Ça, c'est bon.
Yes.
With that being said, we appreciate you guys being with us, and everybody stay safe. No drinking and driving, and enjoy the rest of your evening. We will catch you guys next Saturday on the next live. Peace.